Let's, good morning, folks. Let's pin the OTA message, huh? Not that it'll stop people from
Book
asking.
learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence.
Head off some
Although
of them at the
scholars
pass.
in the academia are prime examples.
Morning, Logan. So, the mulligans of this game are partial, so you get to keep whichever cards you want. We're basically always keeping this one, because it's kind of our burst card that lets us finish the game. Treasure Seeking Sealy sounds lovely. It lets us draw cards, and this fixes our dice colors. This deck has really, really strict dice requirements at the start. Ooh, double Sealy's real good. This deck always opens on Raiden with the goal of using her ult to charge up our other characters' ults, which is lovely.
The campaign begins.
Dictators, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. So, the resource mechanic of this game is a kind of interesting mix of things. So you have these 8 elemental dice that are 8-sided, and you need to roll particular combinations of them in order to use your character's skills, but you can also use your cards to fix/smooth the variants that you have in them. Like this card that I mentioned gives you 2 dice of any color, basically. This card says when I attack, it gets a charge counter, and then when it has 3 charge counters, I draw 3 cards. So having 2 of these in the opener is kind of cracked, honestly. The opponent's deck looks like they're maybe a little more controlling. This puts a shield down. Interesting. So this is 2 and then 3. Character's actually pretty good. I haven't seen many people play that one.
Shine down.
So a lot of the characters in this game create summons on the field. So like this effect here does 1 what's called an electro damage at the end of turn. I would assume usually decks that play this card are usually a little bit more mid-range controlling. The deck I'm playing is an aggressive deck. Use a normal attack, so I'm missing an electric dice to use my normal attack, but I think I'm going to go ahead and burn this card in order to make that happen, because I want to open on her ultimate next turn, ideally. Are there any cards in this game that cause people to rage like Snap? So there's 2 control decks that are considered meta decks, and the community, the names that the community uses for them are Death Penalty and Life Sentence, because, and I quote, that's what people who play those decks deserve. Ahalo, thank you for the 16 months, I appreciate it, welcome back. So to say the least, yeah, card gamers are salty in basically every game you can imagine. Alright, so I need 4 electro dice to use her ultimate ability here. We've already charged up her thing. TCG gamers are the same everywhere. That is exactly correct. And then I'm going to shift over to my cryo people. So I'm going to keep the cryo dice and the 2 electro dice here. Those aren't bad. I've got this card to give us 2 more electro, or 2 rainbow dice. Play this out, which turns 2 of our decks we don't need into rainbow dice. And then we get to crack them with this, which will crack these to draw me 6 cards.
Now you shall perish.
Pinned messages are like Echo, they are invisible.
You're exposed.
Okay, so the opponent's out of dice. What does her ultimate do? Deals 3 Hydro and creates a Prayer of the Crown. Your character's normal attacks Deal +1 damage, and then it converts physical to Hydro. Okay, I'm gonna switch over to Shenhe
What exactly
here.
is teamwork?
We'll get to use her ultimate. So each character has 3 to 4 skills, and each character has an ultimate that takes this extra thing to charge up. The thing that Raiden does for this deck is she charges your other character's ultimates up for them. So you get to pop Raiden and then immediately pop Shenhe, and then we close with this aggressive character. Loxadeer, thank you for the 7 buds. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I hate that the NDA says you can't tell us anything about the OTAs. I need a dose of hope. I'm looking forward to playing Marvel Snap today when the OTA goes live. So, one of the things that's this game that's interesting from a character selection and deck building perspective is you see here when I use this, it adds these 2 together, and then it blows extra damage across. So characters deal different types of elemental damage, and different elements combine in different ways to give you different effects. So Cryo plus this Electro create a super conduit effect, which deals an extra damage to the character getting hit, and then blows extra damage across the board to other characters. If 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that right? 1, 2. 6, 7, 8, 9. That's actually perfect. So we'll play little Timmy out here. And then next turn we draw 2 cards. There's a hard hand size limit of 7 or of 10 in this game, so I don't want to overdraw and burn a card.
The shield has broken.
I was actually really surprised that Glenn shared, not that he shared it, but that Blob is breaking every metric they have except for play rate. And honestly, the fact that it's overpowered on every metric but still has a mediocre, only okay play rate, I think is really an indictment of how dry the gameplay is the card has, right? Because normally when cards are really strong, they also get really popular, but the popularity is not matching its strength. So we'll be able to likely knock out at least 1 more Dorko this turn. So I'm going to get to switch to Chongyan here and then crack with him twice.
Present.
So the way the back and forth of this game works is you can play as many cards out of your hand as you have dice to play, but priority doesn't pass until you either switch your active character or use an attack. And you can see here how many dice my opponent has active here, so we both have 7 currently. Yes, yeah, this is PvP. Trash Panda, thanks for the 22 months. Oh, I guess they're gonna get to ult this, huh? What's this do? Deals 5 and then deals piercing damage to characters on standby. I'm gonna go ahead and give this a food, so he prevents 3 of the next set of damage he takes.
Swift and merciful.
Crack it with that. You cannot see what kind of dice your opponent has. You can only see how many dice they have.
I hear everything.
So they also gave a 3 protection here. This would do 6. This would do 0. So I guess we're burning a bunch of cards here to use my ultimate. Their Benny's at 8, but once I KO this, my end of turn effects here are gonna crack this, so that's probably fine. I'm gonna burn one of my fast swaps. And then I'm gonna burn... Honestly, I might just burn this healing one. So, this card says when I play it, when I knock someone out with an attack, I don't pass priority. And even though I'm not going to have any dice left after this attack, this card is valuable for me to play because my opponent has not ended their turn yet. And who starts the next turn is determined by who ends first the previous turn. So by playing this card out to retain priority when I knock this Dorko out, I get to go ahead and ensure that I start next turn because I'm ending first. Old man JC, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it. Does shedding and the TCG boost other cryo attacks like Sheds of the Overworld? Yes, that's exactly right. In fact, one of the things that I think is stellar about the card game that people who play the regular game will appreciate is that they do a phenomenal what's referred to as top-down design. Meaning that the characters and their effects in the TCG mirror what they do in the actual regular RPG quite well. This does 2. This does 3. Let's do, if your other character's burst, this character uses extra damage. I think I can kill this turn, right? Supposed to be doing extra. That doesn't work. Cool.
This is just
What determines if art is animated or not? Animated art is an extra cosmetic you could pick up for your cards. So there's in-game currency you acquire by playing games, and you can spend. The cat's in charge of the card tavern. So if you look at the commodities, they have dynamic skins you can purchase for the coins. The character dynamic skins are probably the best ones. These have small animations, but the character skins are the ones that look the best. Now 2 and 0 in this Arena of Champions. You play until you get 5 wins or until you've lost 3 times. It's a fine and reasonable system. Hey, Deadlight, thanks for the brand new prank. There's a ton of people you could send that to every month. Thanks for sending it this way and keeping me around. They're going first. I think we're basically always keeping Travel Companion in this deck because we have such strict dice requirements. Having the fixing from that is good. And then Liebman's nice to open on because he lets us collect unused dice at the end of the turn, so you gotta make sure we don't spew extra resources. How far into the game do you have to get to unlock this card game? It's somewhere between 20 and 30 hours of RPG to unlock the card game. It's Adventure Rank 32. It's not a small amount of gameplay. Looking for Electro Dice to start. And this is perfect. I need 3 plus 1, I need 4 total. We picked up Treasure Seeking Sealy on our redraw there, which is perfect. Playing this on 1 so we can start racking up seals so they draw some extra cards is great. I am looking forward to playing Marvel Snap after the OT today.
Nice and spicy.
What's going on, Duck? Thank you for the 45 months. Welcome back. This is a sub-end. Deals 2 pyro at end of turn.
There is no escape.
We're summoned down. So they're a 3 elemental deck. They've got Pyro, Hydro, and Cryo. And because they switch characters here, we'll be in a spot to start next turn, which is good.
Be still.
I think I'd rather play Venara than Lieben. I guess it depends on how long do I think the game is gonna go. So Lieben collects 3 unused dice and then eventually gives me 2 cards and 2 dice, whereas this just carries over a dice directly to the next round. I guess I'd rather do this. This is more aggressive. This is like, okay, I'm gonna have at least 2 more unused dice. Take the aggro line. We're an aggro deck. And then we'll end first, so we'll get to start next turn. So they take Electro, we take some Pyro. We take 2 extra from that because of the Vaporize reaction. I'm gonna need some cryo dice. I'm gonna want to switch off to Shenhei here after I alt Raiden, but I need 4 Electro as well. Perfect. And then we have a cryo dice banked on Venaru here too, which is great. I'll deal 4, and then we'll draw 3. Shame it's not dealing 1 more, because I have this that could do +2 damage, but...
Inazuma shines eternal!
I think the game probably lasts long enough that we trigger another Treasure Seeking Sealy before we're done, so I think we'll probably switch to Shenhei and then play this out before we attack. They post the notes. They don't post notes in advance for OTAs and stuff.
I will do as you command.
So, this character sets up ultimate charge on both of these, and then Shenhei's ultimate here makes it so anytime we deal cryo damage, we get +1 damage for the next 2 turns, and she creates a summon that gives us damage at the end of turn. So we switch to her, and then we switch over to him, who's our finisher. So put Treasure Sealy down here.
Do your master's bidding!
This sounds silly, but I think Blob should just read Can't Be Paired with Thanos. I promise you that if Second Dinner makes changes to Blob today, whatever change they make will probably be significantly better than any of the many harebrained suggestions I've had to suffer reading in Twitch chat over the last month. Okay, so this actually ends up teeing up pretty reasonably here because the Electro hits, triggers Super Conduit, and then this re-triggers and reapplies Cryo, which is nice. Round. If she melts. Honestly, if they KO Shenhei to start next turn, that's kind of good for us, because it seems to be a dice having to switch characters. And at this point, we're just looking for cryo dice. So to reroll all the non-cryo dice. Is tenacity? No. It's 2 shields. So I missed what they played, but thankfully this is a feature-complete TCG, so I can click on the match history here and see what they did. Converts all their elemental dice to Omni dice. Sure. Okay, so normally you give up priority when you switch characters, but this Leave It to Me card lets me switch without losing priority. And this is dealing 4, and then I have Elemental Resonance Ice here, which lets me deal +2. So we'll play that, and then we'll get to go ahead and smack them with this. And then I gotta decide what else I'm doing. Fun Maid, thanks for the half a year, welcome back. So we're obviously KOing them with this. I want to put my Gambler's Earrings on this character. It's an equipment that says when I knock someone out, I get +2 dice back. So this will leave me at 4 dice. And then I think I want to play out the Flower Crisp here to make it so my next hit deals less damage. So we'll knock them out.
My plan.
Much remains.
Oh, I guess I could have played the Fresh Wind of Freedom to make it so I retain priority. Maybe I'm just supposed to do that. Next year, tell me there's a spectator. I believe there's a spectator mode. They definitely have a replay option. I think there's a spectator mode. I think I remember hearing something about spectator. I think I remember hearing something about spectator in one of the tournament coverages. So we'll play this. We'll use Cho'Gath's ultimate here for 9. We get 2 dice back. And then I played my Fresh Wind of Freedom even though I'm out of dice to attack with here because, again, I just want to end my turn before they end their turn so I can attack first next time. Or I could just draw that, which gives me an extra dice, and then we knock them out. Oroke!
Fourth, my plan. Such is life.
I was told this was one of the better aggro decks. This is my first time really playing it. It seems pretty good. They have various, like, little community tournaments for this game, and a couple of bigger ones that lead into invitational style things. This one's put up some results in them. All right, gamers, it's about that time. We're going to take a quick 2-minute ad break. I'm going to hang and chill and talk with chat. We'll see you in 120 seconds for their game of Invocation. We're going to play this for, I don't know, probably hour and a half or so. And if we don't have an OTA by then, maybe we'll switch over to Snap anyways. But appreciate the folks that are here early, checking out some variety. That support really means a lot to me. If you're vibing on the YouTube side already, consider tapping the like button on the stream. 52 people watching, only 15 like button pressers. Thanks for hanging out. Norgold, thanks for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. What characters am I working on currently? I finally decided I wanted to build my Nahida. I've had a C1 Nahida sitting in my account for like actually forever. So I finally put her to 70. Her item build's okay. She doesn't have a ton of elemental mastery, but she's got pretty solid crit rate and crit damage ratios. She's got some. The guides say you ideally want to get to like 900, but I've got like 640 with like okay ratios here. And I think other than that, I'm waiting on what's her name? Cloud Rotator and 4/4 is the next new character I'm pulling for, because Chow is one of my favorite characters in the game. I've got him built, and he's my only triple crown. Where is he at? Am I blind? There he is. My Chow build is very good. Going on, VMJ. Thank you for the very generous tier 2 in the 10 months. Welcome back. Thanks for the year, plus the streams on the content stamp and otherwise. Thanks for the 13 months, Chuckle Monkey. Outlaw Racer, thanks for the 14 months.
That's exactly why I took the position.
Okay, so the first two matches we played that we stomped a little bit, our opponents were playing off-meta decks. This opponent is playing one of the stock tier 1 aggro decks as well. So we'll see how this matchup goes. I almost wonder if I'm supposed to keep one of these. It's kind of fixing. This is a sick
The
opening
campaign
game for
begins.
Looking for Electro Dice. That's perfect. We got 4 Electro effectively, which lets me use this skill plus use a normal attack, which is exactly what I want to do on turn 1.
There is no escape.
Because our Treasure Seeking Sealy and Timmy are
Let
2
me
cards we
start.
want in our opener because they both take a second to charge up a little bit. Mona summons a Sig, which absorbs a damage and then eventually does a damage. We'll attack, so we'll play Timmy out. Then we'll play... what's this card? I need to learn the card names better. Vanara. Vanarana, maybe? We'll play a Vanarana so we get to absorb this extra unused dice here, so we don't spew any resources. Are there any heroes with different starting HPs? Yes, so there's, in addition to character cards that are based on, like, collectible characters from the game, those all have 10 life. There are monster cards that have varying starting life totals and, like, shields and other effects that balance around their HP. I believe the lowest starting life total is 6. I don't think there's any that start over 10 though. I'm also still learning the ins and outs of the game, so maybe there are, and I'm just not familiar with them. Alright, so let's go ahead and alter, which cracks the Treasure Seeking Sealy and gives us 3 cards.
Now you shall perish.
And then again, when she uses her ultimate, she gives ultimate charge to my other characters, which is ideal. Fast swap there.
Behold!
So this swirls the elements across the rest of my team. I definitely want to just switch to Shanae here.
I will do as you command.
So this character deals animo damage, which when it happens, it swirls whatever element it's connecting with across the rest of my team. So it took the Hydra off of her and spread it across everything else. They put a shield on her. So this is an interesting dynamic that I like in this game. They put a shield on their character, but the shield only lasts until next turn. So I think what I'm actually going to do here now is I'm going to play this Lieben out, and then I think I actually end my turn, so that way their Lotus Crisp just kind of gets unused, and then these collect some of my extra unused dice so I don't spew them. So I'm just going to go ahead and end turn here, and then these will collect my extra dice, and then I'll get to attack first next turn when their Lotus Crisp wears off. So it only prevented 1 damage from this, which is nice. Oh, I guess I didn't need to play the other Lieben. Okay, so at this point, I'm looking for Cryo Dice. I'm gonna stun another Cryo Dice, but I have a couple of ways I can get to it. I can either generate a dice or I can burn a card. I don't think I'm gonna need this card's effect, so I'd rather burn a card rather than let them know that I have the ability to generate an additional dice here. So that does 3. I think I'm gonna play this Spear out to get extra damage here and KO their Mona. This makes all my attacks deal an extra 1 here.
By ordinance divine.
My reckoning has come.
That spear also makes my next attack cost less, which is nice. So you can see here, when I queue up this skill, it's going to only cost me 1 die. Oh, you know, maybe I was supposed to play this other treasure-seeking Sealy out. Although I don't know if the game's going to last that long.
Squall and Fury.
I might actually just want that to burn here. I'm going to draw cards from Lieben, too. I think it's just this. And then I can switch to Chogun and we can punch them.
Unleash!
Lotus Crisped. Got that shield on him until end of turn. The tricky thing about this card is he can hit my backline characters with his ability. But he also has his ult teed up and ready to go now, which does 7, 8. I think I'm gonna
Time for some training?
him and pass up.
Detached from the world.
Might just pass here. They only have 2 dice. I have Lieben and this to soak up my dice. I'd have to burn at least 1 card. It might be worth cracking them though, so I can open on an alt next turn. But I guess that means these don't crack, and then if they don't switch off their character, they're gonna get to start. I'm just gonna end, so that way I can attack first next turn. Is there a place you can look for decks that get you easier? There's some online resources, but it really does not have the, it really doesn't have the same level of community resources that, like, Snap does. Don't know that I'm going to be able to deal with this Wanderer. Get to start here. We just need all cryo dice at this point. Alright, we got a few. The Genshin card game unlocks like 20 to 25 hours in. Man, I was really hoping to land our cryo card that deals +2. I can only get up to 5 here, which is so unfortunate. Heal him for 2, so that way they can't fast swap and KO me with.
A touch of frost.
Wonder if we would have peeled the +2 damage, we would have won this turn. But now our opponent can have a combination of things to get back in the game. If they have a fast swap plus a card that gives their elemental burst more damage, they can KO Cho'Gath, and then we're in trouble. Echo Plague, 6 for the almost 2 years. Welcome back. Appreciate it. With Gambler's Earrings
Beg for
plus
mercy.
Fresh Wind of Freedom. Oh, fuck me. I forgot they could freeze me. I was about to say I think we're good to go here, but that actually means we're just dead. Yikes.
What exactly is teamwork?
Isn't the Hydra they'd swirled around? Wait, can I get them? Does this do it, actually? This gives me Fresh Wind of Freedom. And then this does 5.
Unleash.
Oh,
I'll
sweet.
be
I think we're
back.
good, actually.
With a vengeance.
Oh, I could have put Gambler's Earrings on her, too, but that's fine. I've got 3 to burn. Nice. Yeah, actually clear it out here with Fresh Wind of Freedom.
Obey!
Everything was futile.
So she gets 5 per hit from stacking a couple of bonuses there. She has her ultimate bonus, and then she also has her skill bonus, giving us another +2. So the 7 months, David. Welcome back. Good morning. Good morning. There is an OTA today. Next week's an off week, so we're back. We're gonna slide back into what we had before their holiday break, where we have a patch, then an OTA, then a week off, then an OTA, then a patch, then an OTA, then a week off. Podo returns. Patch, OTA, nothing OTA. All right, we're 4-0. I didn't want to game with this deck offshoot this morning, so we've got 3 shots to win the last one and get the maximum number of wins here. Okay, this deck that the opponent's playing is a control deck. It's probably beneficial that we're going first. I definitely don't want Gambler's Earrings in my opener. Elemental Resonance Shattering Ice might actually be really good to keep here against a control deck, because it gives me 2 extra damage kind of out of nowhere. It could also be right to just full mulligan here, looking for cards that draw cards. I'm gonna try that against a control deck. I actually get super rewarded here, so I didn't find
Stay close and you will live.
I didn't find what's it called, the treasure seeking Sealy, but Timmy here will trigger on 3 and then give me some extra dice then, which is nice, and extra cards. 2 double Timmy openers, really solid. I think I'm actually gonna full reroll here. Okay, so this is one of the reasons why the spear is in this deck. It gives us some fixing. So we get to equip this to her, which lets me turn Geodice into this only costs me 1 Electro.
Illusion shattered.
This is available on mobile, yeah. So this is inside of the actual Genshin RPG game. So you have to play through the RPG to unlock this game mode. But Genshin runs on Android, iOS, PlayStation, and Windows. BKU Hacks, thank you for the almost 4 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. The audio and visuals in this game are superb. Is the opponent just not attacking here? They're actually just full setup. Yeah, wow. Definitely a control deck. I need to burn a card in order to use my normal attack here, which is not stellar for us, but I don't have anything to collect my extra dice, so I want to use them this turn. Certain adventure level, AR-32 unlocks it. The opponent played 2 cards out here. They need to draw 2 cards over the turns. Treasure-seeking Sealy's not bad. We're a little bit at the mercy of our die rolls this turn because I don't really have resources available to... I don't really have resources available to burn a bunch of cards here. Perfect. We hit enough dice to use her ultimate this turn, which is great. How fun is Genshin? The actual Genshin. I really like actual Genshin. Genshin Impact was my most played non-Snap game last year. I think my end-of-year PlayStation thing told me I logged like 600 hours.
Illusion shattered. Now you shall perish.
So this prevents 3 damage to my character, but this lets my burst deal +3, so I definitely think I want to keep the extra burst damage against the control deck. So Genshin's probably closer to Breath of the Wild in terms of open world exploration than a traditional MMO. But the actual combat is very different than Breath of the Wild, which is one of the reasons why I enjoy it. I really didn't care for Breath of the Wild's combat loop. I'm gonna go ahead and get a normal attack here again. I just want to make sure I use my dice. I don't have any of my cards. Let me carry them over into the next turn. Yeah, a mix of Diablo and Breath of the Wild is probably a good one, because the character building and artifact dungeon delving is similar to kind of how Diablo characters build. So unfortunately, not only is the opponent playing a control deck, but my start was not particularly aggressive this game. That being said, my Timmies are about to pop, and I just drew a fast swap, so we might get to surprise him here a little bit. Sit up in the chair here a little because we kind of just drew. I don't even know that we drew all that well. Our draw is just coming together finally. Okay, so there's a Lotus Crisp, and then a Shield. Okay, so let's switch to Shenhei.
I will do as you command.
This is currently doing 0. I have so many shields, chat. Alright, I don't think I'm gonna blow my burst damage here, and I think this game's gonna go long enough that I'm gonna trigger another treasure-seeking Sealy, so I'm gonna go ahead and play this out. And then we'll tap.
By ordinance divine.
We'll tap this ultimate here. I think I'm actually gonna use Shenhei's regular skill here, because that'll make Chogun Young hit harder next turn. I need to work through these shields eventually. They're not shields that are going away. It's a little unfortunate that I don't have anything to spend my extra dice on here, but it is what it is. Another fast swap's a really good pickup. We're looking for cryo dice at this point. The cryo dice. This treasure-seeking seal is about to pop as well. Notably here, my opponent's been taking a lot of setup time. They have 13 dice this round to my 8.
It's nothing.
Wait, that does 1? Meaning if I do this, she dies? Wait, how did that only add 1? I thought that adds 2. Did I miss something? I must have missed something.
Obey!
Wow, they're sacrificing her. I don't want to just refresh her ult. But I'm not sure what I want to burn to do that. I'd have to burn 2 cards. I guess I could do this and burn 1.
Cryo incarnate!
The victor has been decided.
Okay, and Zhang doesn't hit that hard, right? I think I'm gonna switch to him.
Present.
And then I have another free dice here. And this hits for
A
5.
touch of
Yeah.
fire.
And I've got an ultimate teed up here as well. Where can you play Genshin? They have their own launcher, and I think it's on Epic Games. Are they not on Steam? I thought they were on Steam too, but maybe I'm misremembering. I use their custom launcher. I think I'm just all in on cryo dice here still at this point. Our opponent gets to act first, but I have to imagine we're solid favorite at this point.
Stabilize.
They have enough shields that we have to ult for it, but that's probably fine. Should have no problems here, hopefully.
From whence you came.
Oh, I was probably supposed to put
Feeling a little.
a crisp on here, huh? To make it so he doesn't die here in this hit.
There is no escape!
Well, they're just using an elemental skill, okay. Does 4, that does 5. Just back it out, yeah. Yeah, I was surprised. I don't know, maybe they couldn't switch? But Digwad is usually the finisher in those control style decks, so like when they let us KO her, that was probably the end of their chance at success. Yeah, that was our first run for the season. We got a few 5-0s last season. 2, 3, 4. A few failures. Yeah, links aren't able to chat. Chat rules are very simple. Act like an adult, you'll be treated like an adult. Act like a child, you'll be treated like a child. Let's try this. I think this deck might be bad, but it's doing something different than I wanted to try. Advocaten, thank you for the over 3 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Once you progress to the TCG, all the cards available right away. You have to play a single-player game mode of the card game to unlock the cards. You actually can't, what's the word I'm searching for? You actually can't spend money on the game. Swiping is that you can't spend money on the card game portion. You have to, every time I want to unlock a new deck, or cards for a new deck, I have to actually go play the game. Okay, so I'm looking for Pyro dice to start with this. I think usually want to open on Benny and then get to his ultimate to start for the inspiration field. What does this character do? After this character takes elemental damage, gain 1 stack of Radical Vitality. Reach the maximum, they'll be cleared. Character will lose all energy. Okay, so it's a penalty. Oh, but it's a bonus for the ult. Got it. Interesting. Oh, and this ults relatively quickly too. It's only 2 charges. Okay, so we'll play Dunyazard. It makes my next Dunyazard cheaper. We get to draw a random one. This out. Draws me Gilded, and Dunyazard draws me Paimon. I can use this on this. The character die uses 1 less. I think I'm gonna wait till this list gets up to 3 for Gilded Dreams. I think I'm gonna use a regular attack here so I don't trigger its passive, and then we'll use our last 3 here to get Paimon down. So we have extra dice next turn of the turn after. Go ahead and end my turn, so we start first next turn. When playing an artifact, spend 1 less dice. On top of that, if your character battlefield artifact, you spend 1 less dice per round. Okay, so I definitely want to play that at some point. I don't need any of these cryo dice. I think I'm waiting on Electro here still too. I think we're mostly just looking for Pyro for Benny.
Out of the way!
Hey, Oratog, thank you for the absurdly generous tier 3 and for the 67 months. Welcome back. Oh, I guess for Benny, I need... His ult only does extra damage. Only does extra damage if your character is healthy if you don't have his special skill card. So if I play this out on Dvalin, it gives me some Omni Dice, which is nice, so that I can go ahead and ult here.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Characters equipped to use the skill or talent once per round. I'm gonna switch to... I think... This could make us use one less... Oh, I guess I could have fast swapped to him, huh? Hey, by Pauline, thanks for sticking around to tier 1. Appreciate that. Just 4. If I equip this to him, spends one less talent die once per round. So if I put this on him, I could do this for 4. So they're going to require me to burn some cards, but I think that's okay. Let's draw a couple of cards before we burn. Yeah, I think I'm going to burn those instead of my other 2. I guess I probably don't need Leave It, actually. I'm going to keep the fast swap. So, this is kind of what this deck tries to do in terms of a combo. So, Benny's thing makes each of our attacks deal +2. And then Dvalin's attack is special in that it attacks 3 times over the course of 3 turns. So it does 2, and then 1, and then 2. But Benny's ultimate powers up every single one of these hits. So it hits here, and then it hits here. So in this single turn, he was able to get +2 3 times. For some more Animo dice, did not find them. This Benny ultimate only does extra damage if your character's HP is high enough, though. So that will no longer finish this. But what I can do is we could fast swap to the cube, who's gonna do a similar combo, and it's gonna KO this because the overload damage is gonna be enough. So we'll go switch without giving up priority, switch to here, and then I'm gonna go ahead and Lotus Crisp this, so it doesn't take damage on the next hit, and then we'll do this. Does a ton from both the overload and Benny's bonus. And then this also queues up a triple hit similar to the Vol. So what this deck is trying to do is get Benny's ultimate off and then queue up these characters that attack 3 times with a single attack to maximize Benny's bonus damage output. And then I've got one more hit queued up on this. The third one, there's a third hit as well. She's going to be able to hit this character low enough that Benny's ultimate's no longer going to deal extra damage, but this character has Pyro on it, which is going to trigger an overload reaction, so we should still KO their dork here on the hit. Choose a character. Oh no, did my opponent DC because our cube's gonna kill them? Nope. I don't think they can kill my cube. Oh, and my cube has so this cube starts at only 8 life, but it has this crystal core where the first time it's going to die, it just doesn't die and it goes to 1 HP. So we're actually, I believe we're guaranteed to not be able to be KO'd here.
No.
Well, that executed just exactly how we wanted it to on the first time. We ulted Betty and then did triple attacks off 2 different characters. Yes, this is the full card game inside of the regular Genshin client. We'll play 1 or 2 more matches and then maybe we'll switch over to SNAP. First, Dunyazard and a Timaeus in the opener sound good. Gilded Dreams is very good. I'm mulligan a second Timaeus back here. We basically always open Benny in this deck. Been following the Pal World game. I've seen some things about Pal World on my Twitter feed, but I don't know what I would describe myself as following it. Okay, so let's go Dunyazard into Timaeus. This draws us a couple of cards. Her ultimate deals 2 and then summons a Pyro Scorpion that deals damage.
Oasis.
Oh, this gains a charge the first time you hit it? If this character takes damage, the character has no greater than 7 HP. They gain 1 energy once per match. Interesting. So this thing's gonna hit me, and it's gonna force an overload reaction, which means it switches my character forcibly, but I don't know if there's anything I could really do about that. I could switch off of this character, I suppose. Don't know that that's inherently useful. If I switch off of the character, I'm not going to be able to attack again this turn. And I guess this has the lightning rod attached to it, so this can hit it regardless. I was going to attack them. Work my charge towards my ult. This means they don't have to... Yeah, they had their elemental skill queued either way. And I think I'm just ending. I'll get to open next round. keep the Pyro Dice for now, because if we get a fast swap, we're going to want to switch to Benny. And tap his ult. Pot of greed here. I can't decide if I want to attack with this or not this turn. I kind of don't have anything else to do. I guess I could invest some resources into prepping for next turn. Like, I could play Paimon out, and then I could, like, put Lieben over here. That kind of just gives him a full turn to set up, but I don't know that I want to do that. I'll put Gilded Dreams on Dvalin, and I think I'm going to go ahead and use this attack. I'm going to burn one of these cards to do that. Spread some elements out here. Oh, I guess this does all the attacks to the same thing, though, right? That's fine. It's still going to do 5. Or this one does more. It does 2, 2, 3. It does 7.
Gotcha.
Sonosake, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. My favorite deck that I've used so far again. No, this is my first time playing with this one. I'm just trying out some stuff. I spent some time grinding in-game currency the other night. Well, I had some downtime, so I put together a few new things that I wanted to try. I think I'm gonna Paimon and just end, so I start next turn. Because they have a Lotus Crisp on here, so there's really no reason to. Put this out over here so we collect this extra dice off the table. Did you enjoy Lorcana? I've never played Lorcana. I really need a fast swap here. It's gonna be time to burn my my draw 3 in hand here. So this card always starts in our hand, and it draws us 1 card for each round we've gone through. So I've got a couple of fast swaps in my deck, and we missed on all of them. RIP. Let's do this, and then I don't think, does their ult do damage to my backline? No, it doesn't. Okay, so they'll knock this out, and then I'll get to use Benny's ult next turn, which is nice.
I won't hold you back. Much.
Do I want to heal Benny? If I heal Benny, I won't be able to play Paimon this turn. Oh, I guess I have Gilded Dreams, though, huh? I want to heal Benny, and I'm going to use ult.
Everybody stand back!
Gilded of Dreams is when I triggered all
Found as one like a 99!
I think Benny's dying regardless, right? This does 1, this does 3. And this triggers first. The overload does extra. Part of me just wants to play Paimon and pass. Just have a bunch of dice next turn. Gregorio, thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back.
Ow! This is just my...
What's wrong with the Marvel stat meta right now? To quote Glenn Jones, Blob is overperforming on every single one of their internal metrics except for play rate. Which actually, the play rate statement is an indictment of just how kind of dry everything is, because the card not overperforming on play rate means that it's really powerful, but it's so boring to play. Alright, I mean, I think we just do this and hope to crunch through them here this turn, and hope they can't kill me.
Bloom as the flowers in Gurabad!
Because every time we hit here, we get to heal 2 if we're... Wait, why didn't it heal?
Quietly now.
What am I not understanding? Why didn't he heal? Alright, I need to go back and read Benny. Is it only normal attacks? No, I don't think so. Is it? So most of my losses in this game are moments like that, where I'm like, oh, that didn't do what I thought it did. Was he at 6? Maybe he was at 6. Is not greater than 6. No, he was at 6. Greater is not greater than 6. It should heal at 6, right? Oh, does the multi-attack not count as finalizing the skill? Maybe that's it. Prepare skill. No, I thought these were individual skills. Maybe it just doesn't count as finalizing until the 3rd hit. So all 3 hits deal extra damage if that's an option, but they don't all heal. I tapped this mode thinking he would heal 2 after each in-between hit, but that's not how it works. So that's good to know. What's going on, Boom? Thanks for the entire year. Don't feel obligated to mod over here, but you could have a sword. We finally have Betty's skill card, which is great because its extra damage no longer has an HP restriction. So I think we basically always keep that. I'm going to keep Paimon in the opener because this sets us up to kind of get rampy. And I'm mulligan these other two cards looking for some of our early engine pieces here, like Dunyazard and others. A couple of draws ain't terrible. Hey, thanks for the 7 months, BioRad.
Gonna be
Appreciate you
epic.
still subbing here, even if you're mostly watching on YouTube. I'm gonna re-roll these two, but I'm gonna keep these two off elemental dice so they can let us play Paimon out. Perfect. And we rolled a third one of those.
The pale flame smolders.
Get out of here!
This deck that our opponent is playing is considered like one of the stock better decks in the format. Our deck is very much not considered a stock good deck, so we're probably gonna have a little bit uphill. I think I'm gonna wait on Paimon because I don't think they can KO Betty this turn. So I think I want to attack, end first, open on ultimating next turn. I'm gonna draw 2 before we start, just to see if that changes any of my plans. Does not. Let's hit them. We take 5 because of the super conduit interaction there. I use my last dice to draw a couple more cards. It puts us up to 7. We have a hard hand size limit of 10. Alright, we need 5 pyro dice. The animo dice are probably fine. Oswald, thank you for the 12 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. You can play Dunyazard. That lets me play... Do I want to play Tiamat this turn? I think I do. Because he makes Gilded Dreams free next turn.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Might be right to get Paimon going. That's scary.
Gotcha. Couldn't break the curse.
I think I'm just putting Dvalin up here. They continue their turn here with the card that they played. Oh, they're actually passing. Okay. So they're gonna get to attack first next round. I'll play Dunyazard out with one of my remaining resources. And honestly, just for the sake of not burning a resource, I think I'm just gonna spew 1 on this to heal this for 1 instead of 2, because my dice is just gonna burn otherwise. So we're looking for Animo and Electro dice at this point. Gilded Dreams on here. I think we just hit it. The idea by the order of cards in your hand. I think it's the type of card. These are skills, these are artifacts, these are companions, I believe is how it orders it. It sorts them by type. I'm not sure if my opponent thought that through. Or maybe they wanted me to KO that one. Because I have 5 dice here. So I literally just get to queue up another one of this kind of attack, right? Although I suppose if I queue that up and they fast switch to Senora, they can freeze this? That might be okay for me, though. There's value in getting Paimon out, though, as well. I'm gonna draw a few cards and see what we get. Let's make an extra dice. So let's do this, and this pulls this back, and then this makes me 2 dice. So now I have to burn fewer cards for this to happen. Well, this makes my other thing cheaper next turn. And I'm gonna do this, and then I'll burn this one because Benny's gone, and we'll go ahead and do this, I think. We're hoping they don't have a fast swap here, because if they fast swap, they can freeze me before I get another attack. Oh, they're out of dice, though. Oh, but now Senora's gonna open on freezing. So most complicated TCG you've played? Probably Runeterra. And I can't generate a dice to switch off of this. That's unfortunate. For Animo and Electro. Those are not great dice for us. Honestly, would they freeze me here? I might just pass and wait to open my turn next turn. They have so many dice, though.
The pale flame smolders.
Meant to deal 4. Character switches states. I think I just switch. And switching passes priority if you don't have a fast swap. Maybe I should have put a Lotus Crisp on here to prevent damage. $10 dice, so they're gonna get a lot of attacks this turn.
Your soul will be incinerated.
This deals 2 Pyro, and then Melt deals an additional 2. So if I give a prevent 3, we survive that, which means they're going to take 2 more hits to kill me. If I put this on the character, it gives me 2 back. Which then lets me do this, so this does 3 because of the overload reaction. And this tees up another couple of hits. It's gonna be a really close game. They could have, because of my character's shield effect, where if it would die, it just comes back at 1 instead. They can't kill me yet. And then my character has a prepared attack. The thing I don't know is, when they trigger my thing that puts me back at 1, does it still have the prepared attack to hit them again? I don't know the answer to that. Because this rock, paper, scissors combo is about to crunch for 3, but I don't know if the prepared skill goes away when its passive triggers.
Come, put up a fight.
Let's find out now. It does not. That's sick. Well, that's really good, actually. And now they need to pass here. They need to pass here, because otherwise I get to start my attack first next round. Yeah, they ended even though they have dice, because they know if I start, they're dead. I don't think I can make up dice though, right? Oh wait, can I? So this is free. And then this returns Gilded Dreams to my hand and makes it cost... Does this work? And then this is free, and this gives me 2 dice when I play it, right? Then we finish them? Finish him!
I never asked for redemption.
So basically... This 3-color style of deck has this engine where you have things that reduce costs on things, and then this card, I'm gonna pull up the cards and explain it. I've played against this my first time playing one of these 3-color decks with this engine in it. It basically lets you generate extra dice kind of out of nowhere. So it's this card makes your artifacts cost less. And then this artifact says you get 2 dice when you play it. And this card returns an artifact to your hand and makes it cost 2 less. So basically, when you have the Gilded Dreams in play and you bounce it, and then you have this card making it cost 1 less, this, with these other 2 cards, becomes a 0 energy, generate 2 more dice. Yeah, that's, honestly, Stage Show, that's why I've been enjoying playing this game so much. It's something that the recent, people talk about, like, what's bad about the current Snap format. That's something the current Snap format's desperately been missing, is, like, all of the Snap decks in the current metagame, like, win by miles, it feels like. Like, there's no close games with small edges. And, like, I've played a bunch of different decks in this game at this point, and it feels like most of the decks that I've played that are, like, good... The only time there's stomps in this game is when I'm playing against someone that's playing just a deck that's not good, right? Like, all of the games I've been playing with decks that are good into other decks that are good, like A or B tier decks, are just, like, razor thin, go down to 1 turn on either side. It's really, really good quality back and forth. All right, we've been doing this for 90 minutes. I appreciate the 600 people that were here early. We're going to hit an ad break, and we're going to slog through. We'll play some Beacon Conquest before the OTA starts. We're going to kick on over to some Snap while we wait for the OTA. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out for some Genshin this morning while I had some fun. How many deck slots are there? I actually don't know the answer to that. A lot. Maybe not that many? I don't know, actually. There's not a count here. You explain how the card game works to make it. Well, yeah, before we hit the ad break, for people that haven't seen Genshin, people asking like, okay, what's the rest of Genshin? So Genshin, chat, is genuinely one of the best open world RPGs I have ever played. There are hundreds of hours of fully voiced story content at this point. And just give you an idea of the map. This is the first area, Mondstadt. This is a sub-area that's a mountain. This is Liyue, the second region. This is the chasm here, which has an entire... Where's the chasm? It has an entire sub-underground section in it. And then as we continue to show off everything here, this map is just absolutely... This is the Subaru jungle. This is the Sumeru desert. This is Fontaine. And Fontaine actually looks kind of deceptively small because this map is actually, it has sub-areas that go underground and underwater in different spots. And then there's an island nation over here. And every single one of these individual distinct areas that I named has unique audio in it. It has a unique look and feel. Like the Fontaine area is like steampunky. This is like feudal Japan. It's really, really just well done. And honestly, I like Genshin's monetization. You can spend piles of money in this game like any gacha game, but none of the actual RPG and story content is paywalled. They fully monetize by getting people to open loot boxes to get more anime friends faster. So these are limited time banners similar to Spotlight caches in Snap, and you can pull for characters to get more characters faster. I do. As someone who periodically spends money to get characters faster, yeah. So I've been playing Genshin daily for like a year and a half, 2 years. I have a bunch of characters mostly built. Yeah, and so there's no pay to win. Literally the only PvP content in the game is the card game I just talked about, and you literally can't spend money on that. All right, gamers, I'm gonna ad break. We're gonna switch over to Snap for a while. Let's play some Meek, huh?
Wait.
Xingqiu not 90. Yeah, so like getting a character to 90 takes a ton of resources. And like to show I don't have that many experience books. I've built a lot of stuff in a small amount of time. So like to put this to 90, it's gonna take almost all of my top level experience, which for the small amount of stats he gets is just not worth it. My Xingqiu is 6-star constellation and has very good stats. He does the job well. He's not a character that super benefits from those extra levels. All right, let's get Snap loaded, huh? How much money are those top experience books? You can't buy experience books for money. Literally, the only monetization, like, Genshin isn't monetized like a lot of the other RPG games where you constantly can spend money and get nickeled and dimed on deals and bundles for other things. Literally, the only thing they monetize is rolling for extra characters faster, as well as a small number of cosmetic costumes. But it isn't like Raid Shadow Legends where you could like buy energy and buy experience books and other stuff like that. I actually put off playing Genshin for a long time because I just assumed it was only made a lot of money because it was as bad or worse than things like Raid Shadow Legends. And I was so surprised when I played it for the first time. I was so surprised when I played it for the first time and the monetization was just like, oh, it's actually just like the most reasonable monetization of any of these RPG games. Oh, yeah, you could technically roll extra weapons. That's true, too. Those are also gacha loot boxes. Niner, thank you for the 18 months. Welcome back. Tom Ass, thank you for the 52. Yeah, so like, spotlight keys were like an objective step forward and step up and improvement for the Marvel Snap economy. But I will say one of the awkward and annoying things as a result of that is Marvel Snap is definitely full mobile game in terms of like number of currencies now. Like there's so many different Marvel Snap currencies at this point. We've got gold, credits, boosters, tokens, the Conquest shop, spotlight keys. Conquest tickets are technically another currency. Yeah, there's a lot. We're a far step away from the original. The game launched, there's only 3 currencies. And it's been, yeah, I mean, the more currencies has thoroughly obfuscated the money, right, Mao? Like, people always answer, like, okay, Jeff, like, what's a better deal on these bundles or whatnot? It's like, well, there isn't, like, objective measures of that, just because, like, which currencies, you can't convert currencies cleanly into each other because they always come with other extra stuff. Yeah, I'm curious to see how booster events are going to be implemented. Those could work a couple of different ways. Oh yeah, I bought the shit out of the $50 bundle from yesterday. We snapped that real quick. I missed on 7 Hella splits, chat. Yes, Snap still has fewer currencies than things like Star Trek Fleet Command and others. I'm out of Hella boosters. I had hundreds of Hella boosters saved up, and I got 310 from the bundle, and we still shot and missed. I did, however, and because this is just how variance goes, I got the Whale Iron Man, and then naturally, I have over 2,000 Iron Man boosters, and I got the perfect S tier split in a single fucking split on this guy. Cause why wouldn't I? Anytime you have infinite boosters for a card, it's just like, we're gonna give you the good split right away. Screw all your extra boosters. 9th time's the charm. All right, I'll roll one more Hella split. Infinity. Thanks for the mini stage show. D-chat, 99% of gamblers stop before they hit it big. Don't be one of those. Easy peasy, hella squeezy. All right, well, I thought we were gonna meek, but now I'm gonna go ahead and play some Hella. Oh, I guess this deck's not good to the feature location, though. I'll go play some Conquest then, after this one. White Hot Room's the feature location right now. So this deck is basically never triggering that. staying, gamers? I have a gambit for your lockjaw snap. Very reasonable. A blade and then Jubilee. I want a blade first, so that way if this pulls Lady Sif, I'm 50-50 to keep Hella. What is that from? Created by Helicarrier. Gross. Hey, I mean, I think this probably wins the game thanks to the Magneto pull, huh? He says before he gets Eliath out of the Helicarrier. Actually, if they get Eliath out of the Helicarrier, my Dracula still wins, right?
I am reborn.
Alright, Meek, where you going, bud? That'll do, pig! That'll do. We were winning even if we hit the Hella, right?
Victory.
Thanks for the leech, bud. Appreciate you. We'd have been minus 6 here. Minus 6 everywhere. We'd have lost the left, but we'd have won right and center. In my experience, Meek is martyr with extra steps. LOL. It's funny. You're a fan of the Hella variant for sale. I mean, we're literally playing with the Hella variant for sale. I'm enjoying chatting without spending points. How will I ever become a Shillionaire? Listen, chat. The Shillionaire system in Oglandia works just like the Millionaire system in real life. It's only ever intended for people that started with wealth to begin with.
Snap.
I hadn't realized the Shillionaire system was so meta. Alright, and then we'll Giganto to the left. Jin to the right. Dachta, thank you for the 39 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Maury, thank you for the over 3.5 years. Welcome back. Camp, thanks for the gifted sub. Good morning, good morning. God. Gift of free speech. Notable here that our opponent could have gotten rid of Rickety Bridge and chose not to. Stay, I think. See what they're doing. This could just be like a Shank Snap, right? Yeah, it could be Living Tribunal's a good shout.
Victory.
Confused by that snap. Wonder what they were hoping to Iron Lad into. Insert, does the feature location apply to Conquest here because it flipped up in one of the games?
Oh, snap.
This is the reason why Death is in our deck, by the way, because Lady Sif is guaranteed to tag Death in a spot like this. You have to flip a coin against your Hella. I don't expect to get leeched out of their deck, so I'm going to go ahead and just bin the Blade here, because we can Hella it back. Someone in chat cheered bits when I mentioned that I missed on Hella and then we hit on the next split that stage show paid for.
All systems go.
Okay, and then we totally just Magneto pull these friends into their Iron Woman path, right? Magneto is such a good Marvel Snap card, chat.
Minions to me. Minions to me.
Behold my mighty hand.
I am Iron Man.
Oh, damn. Thanks for the 27 months, zombie guy. Welcome back.
Snap.
Their deck is significantly worse without magic. Playing against the opponent's deck, generally speaking, you have very little player agency, which is to say the decisions you make, generally speaking, have very little impact on the outcome of the game. You win games where their deck doesn't function, and you lose games where their deck gets to remotely do anything resembling what it's supposed to do. It is very much like what I was talking about. There's no games of small edges. It's all big, obnoxious swings. I think I'm gonna wait to play the Black Knight, because I would like a bigger than 9 power blade. Well, but even, unless you play the dog, even the games where you counter the opponent's deck, they're not close or interesting games, right? Like, you can play cards that induce failure on their deck's part, but that's still exactly what I'm talking about. Their deck's not functioning in those games. You only win games where their deck doesn't function.
Opponent snapped.
Just to leave.
Escaped.
Korg and Darkhawk we're gonna keeping the opponent's archetype down in the metagame. That is accurate.
Opponent snapped.
I wonder how much of that is due to the quick nature of snap games. Fewer game actions make each action more impactful. But that's not what I'm talking about, Zombie Token. I'm explicitly talking about how there's very little avenues of interaction and their deck is just big swings. I'm not talking about there's a way to have big impactful changes. If you don't have like a very narrow specific set of tech cards, you're never competing with them on numbers and you just die. I was gonna make this the game. Fuck it. Rick and Jan, thanks for 11 months. Welcome back. I think the opponent's deck's probably just very favored here in general. Dracula will still discard a card at the end of the game in Dark Dimension. Oh, because why would we win a coin flip? Yikes. We're hoping to draw Hela or Blade next turn. Has Dracula changed any impact you feel? I don't think so. But also, like, the decks that really want to play Dracula have kind of been power crept in the format, so it's hard to say for sure. But we lost the 2/3. Can we hit the coin flip? Not even better. There's a good chance they just Modoc Hela, and even if we hit Hela, we die.
Minions to me.
Asher, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back.
Minions to me.
Hold my mighty hand.
Missed on Onslaught and Iron Man in the same path. Good. Alright.
Victory.
Young's Blood, thanks for the 2 months. Welcome back. Like, not really like we outplayed them, right? Like, Onslaught happened to land in the path they didn't want him to go in. Got him. And our Hela resulted in a way that was good for us. Sometimes lucky, rubber ducky. I can't tell. Thanks to 11 months. Welcome back. There's nothing our opponent could really do to play around the gamble in the end of that game there. But you know who could have played around something? All the people who aren't subscribed to the channel that are about to get an advert. We'll be back with the second round of Gold Conquest here in a couple of minutes. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. What's going on? Well, yeah, the Hela deck is real solid. It's got good metrics.
Oh, snap.
Boom, 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 boom. Hela under Invisible Woman is hard to do anything about. Yeah, you have to be able to, like, slide the Invisible Woman at opportune time, or, like, Juggernaut them. It's not terrible, but I already got 2 good Titania variants. Is Meek not worth trying to shoehorn in here? No, our deck doesn't discard enough cards for Meek to be consistently large. Our deck's not really interested in playing another 1-3 or 1-4. Echo into Invisible Woman is evil. I mean, until they Modoc into Hela you, and then they just don't care, right? Like, sometimes that's really good, and they can't beat it if they have, like, Iron Man and stuff under it, but other times they have other stuff under it, and then it just doesn't matter, right? Makes a variant premium, not pixel. So premium variants are not pixel and can be 1,200 gold variants. So regular mystery variants are only 700 gold ones. Hey, thanks for the 33 months, Hulk. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Well... Do you think they'd be 20 in the middle?
Oh, snap.
When they reverted Morbius's text box, they did so citing that they could change more than just numbers and over-the-air updates.
Victory.
Enough said, bub.
Snap.
All right, we have some beef. No, that was a Hub Invisible win from them. I don't know if they're a Shang-Chi deck. Narrator, every Marvel Snap deck was a Shang-Chi deck. Black Cat and Death.
Opponent snapped.
Feels like a Shang Snap. I'm gonna leave.
Escape.
Our Hella's not good enough to win the other two locations. Buying the Zombie Stature deck today. I won 2 infinite tickets with it last season and couldn't win a damn game on the ladder with it today. I mean this in the nicest way possible. I'm not trying to be elitist. But Conquest and winning infinite tickets in Conquest is significantly easier than winning matches consistently on the ladder if you're at any sort of reasonable rank on the ladder. A big part of why I play Conquest so regularly when the format is not good is because the average deck quality is significantly lower inside of Conquest. It's a reasonable rank. I can only speak to my own experience consistently inside of like the top 2,500. So I'm sure there's a ladder rank where at that ladder rank, your ladder rank is harder or easier than Conquest. Yeah, the only reason Infinite Conquest gets more tricky is because Infinite Conquest you have to go 5-0. Deck win rates at Untapped agree with you too. That's true. Okay, so they have a 12 power Apocalypse. Dicky Navis, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. Davila, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Welcome back. Unfortunately, the bastard, part of the reason why I inevitably took off yesterday was because of the Bastard Taxes deck no longer feeling competitive. If they play Apocalypse here, I am 60% to beat them. If they play Apocalypse here, I'm 50% to beat them. I'm not gonna let them bully me out of 2 more cubes. Let's stay.
Minions to me.
Thanks, Dracula. Fuck you, bud. I don't know who's favored or not in this matchup. They might have a Shang, which means it might be them. So I think gambling there when we're 60 into 50%, depending on where they play to win, is fine. Actually, we're always 60%, right? Because if they play Apocalypse here, death is guaranteed to go here or here, and then we win, right? Yeah, so actually with this play, we're 60% to win every time. I don't think our deck truly has good matchups into basically anything, BNJ. Our deck's just like an RNG slot machine. It's not really a deck that you like leverage skill in. Our deck is not one that you outplay people with. Just don't want to sit here and collect these things. I'm gonna take a pop shot at chat here real quick. If figuring out that the $50 Hella bundle was a lot of good deal on credits for USD, it's probably why you're fucking hard stuck in Marvel Snap, because it's really not a complicated computation. It's just like not not like some of them, it's close and they're marginally better. Like the Hella bundle is like an impressively large amount of credits better than just buying the base rate. Yes, I also had a $10 discount on it.
Snap.
Snap Fist Tower against their Human Torch deck. Ooh, piece of candy. They could be like a Polaris Spider-Man deck. So I think I'm actually going to Wong on the right. I think there's a chance they pull Collector over into here. Hey, thanks for the 31 month zombie tokens. Welcome back. Just can't play him. I can play him here, and then next turn, he'll be guaranteed to move to not Fisk Tower, right? Hey, chat, we need a swarm. I played the Meek second. I can't play Mystique on the Morbius. I think this is it. So the entire year, Assix, welcome back. Probably dead statistically. Oh, I forgot about Hercules hitting Meek back. Perfect story about how our variance on this stream typically works, though. Literally our 3 cards that generate cards when discarded. Bottom 3 cards of our deck. Jeff, are you confirming that Ben Brode is out to get you specifically? Yes.
Oh, snap.
One thing I like about Snap compared to Magic or Hearthstone is that the variance doesn't feel nearly as bad since you have 12 card decks. Marvel Snap is unironically one of the lower variance games, all things considered. I also really like that in general, you can calculate very cleanly what your odds of getting a particular outcome happen are.
I am Apocalypse.
Road heard you were playing Genshin and flipped a switch. Blade. Rats. Yeah, it's just this again, right? The snap mechanic's also a great way to let players manage variants. Also accurate.
Victory.
We're in hand so far. Only one of our cards that costs less than 3 we've drawn is Swarm here, and that's not one we want to play out on curve.
Opponent snapped.
We get a shout out to my opponent's username, by the way. Old Nuke Dukem.
Escape.
Wonder if they're all out of bubblegum chip. See, in a game of Magic, how do you win? Is it by points, or do you win one game by points? Each player has a life total. At the end, the first person to reach 0 wins, generally speaking. There's alternative win conditions by, like, making your opponent run out of cards in their deck. And some other cards that, like, say you win the game if you meet a particular set of conditions.
I am reborn.
Which is better now, Echo or Meek? Echo, not close. I would be, unless you absolutely love discard decks and it is the reason you log into Marvel Snap, I would not recommend picking up Meek. Does that page you link about drop scams actually say anything, Silence? Like, what does it actually mean? Does that mean, like, people playing a replay on their Snap stream in the category when they're not actually streaming during drops are violating it, or is it different than that? I'm not sure I understand what exactly. I don't know that it has to do with... I don't know that saying your drops go faster here necessarily about. Yeah, it's pretty... Honestly, it's a pretty non-post looking at it. Bridge for Twitch.tv. This probably wins the game, right? It discards 8 cards. So Morbius goes to 18, and then Meek goes to 10.
Apocalypse.
I think we lose. We win if Meek jumps right. We win if Meek jumps right? No, we're still short because of the backstar. Be live, properly labeled, and actually playing the game you're playing in. I might ask for clarity here. 10 power Meek still died because he's in the wrong spot is about par for the card.
Snap.
Pesky Jack, thanks for the 14 months. Welcome back. I'll obviously take whatever personal boost I can get during drops, but in general, drops I think don't really have quite drops don't benefit everybody in a channel category equally, because you kind of have to be big enough. You kind of have to be big enough for people to click into. And especially what's typical in a lot of game categories is a number of the top streamers, instead of helping other people grow, they'll just collude with each other and keep all the viewers between each other. So it'll just be like the same 2 or 3 streamers that, generally speaking, get the boost from drops, while everybody else remains about the same as where they typically are. Dan Hip Helicarrier is fantastic. genuinely think it's like one of his best pieces of art in this application. I like it a lot. Dallas, thanks for the third of a year. Welcome back. Yeah, Deccan's okay. Mystiquing Morbius is pretty good though too. The question is, are they a living tribunal enjoyer? Ooh, a piece of candy. I think it's kind of lame when streamers pass their viewers back and forth rather than spreading out the love. It's supposed to be a rising tide raises all ships. I mean, it just kind of highlights like the fundamental problem we have in society in general, right? Where a lot of people who become successful, they pull the ladder up behind them. They want to try and stop other people from potentially being successful as well. Jackwater, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back. Ooh! Are we 100% here? I think we're 100% here, right? Because Meek's jumping to the left. Oh, and we got the big one too? Ooh, baby, a triple.
Victory.
A classically tried and true Heimdall lose the game strategy. Why didn't you play Chavez? Because Gambit only kills things if he has a card to discard. Inviction, thank you for the 29 months. Welcome back. On a snap here, we'll Wong, we'll pass, we'll copy Wong. We'll take our opponent to Pound Town. It's if people intentionally pulling up the ladder or not being aware of the impact their action has on others. I mean, the people who coordinate a circular raid like 24/7 for the first few days of drops know exactly what they're doing. It's a very deliberate and specific action. And in general, my rule of thumb is I don't give people the benefit of the doubt with their actions when their actions that they're taking directly profitably impact them personally. I don't know, call me jaded, I guess, but that's where okay, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt stops. Hey, we just murdered their board here. I feel like I'm talking past what a lot of people are. I feel like people are talking past here. Like this statement, a lot of people do not like to watch smaller streamers. That's not true. A lot of people just don't click past the first row of people that are streaming on Twitch to even find out if they like someone or not that's lower down in the category. That's why explicitly making an effort to do things like build communities to raid smaller content creators is an explicit action. I wanna make something abundantly clear. And again, I've been in this industry for a decade. It's been my full-time job for 6 years. I work my ass off and put in a lot of hours and work very hard to do what I do and be successful. But I am also under absolutely no delusion that the reason I am successful is purely because I work hard. There are a lot of people who work incredibly hard who will not experience success despite working hard because other things don't work out in their favor. A lot of your success making content is directly related to things that you as a content creator have no control over. It's true for life in general, yes, but I think it's extra true. It's extra true for what's here. Like most people who are successful making content are doing the same list of things, but for every one person that's successful doing that list of best practices, there's hundreds or thousands of others that are also doing them but are coming up short. Do I like Meek? I think Meek is very good inside of discard decks. There's some debatability about whether discard decks are actually good though. Take my own success on Twitch, for example, chat. Before I was making content on Twitch, I traveled the country to play Magic the Gathering competitively. And the large reason that I had an audience to begin with on Twitch was because I gained notoriety top-8ing tournaments with hundreds and thousands of players playing tournament Magic the Gathering. But even that, having a small amount of audience from that wasn't the only reason my content became successful. A big part of what made my content successful and allowed this to take off as a job for me was something that was entirely outside of my control. There was another content creator whose name is Paul Cheon, who had previously been streaming Magic the Gathering, but he took a job at Wizards of the Coast to go work full-time there, which left a vacuum. He did. He actually recently experienced the layoffs at Wizards. He's back, yeah, but his leaving was certainly a part of why I had success, because his leaving created a vacuum of viewers, of people that were looking for something to watch. And almost assuredly, a chunk of my success was related to that hole that he left in the space I was in. And that's not to say that my content wasn't good or that I wasn't working hard, but it is to say the reason why it became successful was because of that factor, which was outside of my control. All right, 25%er gamers. Yeah, outside of things like that, the best discoverability is from raids and word of mouth from other creators that people watch. When push comes to shove, the reality is a lot of people who watch content on twitch.tv, actually, what if I do this, and then next year we go Colleen Wing Silver Samurai over here? I kind of like that. A lot of people who watch content on twitch.tv do it in a very specific manner. When they open Twitch, they either look at their follows list and watch someone for there, or they open a game category that they want to watch, and then they explicitly pick someone from the top half a dozen people in that game category. Does Dark Dimension work that way? Yes, Dark Dimension Mystique will copy the last card that I played here. So I have to play both of these here in order for Mystique to copy here. If I play either of these outside of Dark Dimension, this won't copy Morbius. Evan Dragon, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Jeff literally just explained how I watch Twitch. Yeah. Yep. Leo.
Victory.
One of the main ways I knew Reddit was wrong about Jeff is that Day 9 was a big fan. Day 9 also has a pretty low bullshit tolerance. He's just like, he swears a little bit less aggressively than I do and is a bit more polite about his lack of bullshit tolerance. I have less politeness attached to mine. All right, gamers, we're gonna take an ad break. We'll come back for our next round of Gold Conquest here in just a minute. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, Sean's good people. One of the OGs on the platform. YouTube gamers, you can tap the like button. I'd appreciate it. We'll be back in just a minute. Test Band, thanks for the brand new primer. Appreciate it.
Oh, snap.
How do you feel about Meek? I think Meek is very likely a staple inside of any deck that wants to play Morbius. However, it's definitely questionable if any decks playing Morbius are competitive. Why the lack of highlights on the YouTube channel lately? So as a heads up, on the youtube.com/Jeff Ogun, I've still had daily deck highlights. If you're looking for stuff that's a little bit more scuffed and raw. I just haven't had enough games with decks that I felt like I could post a meaningful all wins highlight with. That's a good note to everybody in general. My secondary channel is like 10,000 subs light compared to my the Hoaglandia Snap one still. But the stream cuts highlights are easier to put together. I wasn't live yesterday, General Boki. I was only live for a very short bit on Tuesday. Just wasn't feeling the format. Mad Knight, thanks for the 10 months. Welcome back. What's going on, Woody? I cut the relevant games out of the Tuesday stream and put them in a highlight yesterday, General Boki, but the second half of the stream was just me getting pounded constantly, so yeah, I took it down. It wasn't useful or good content. cut the parts out that were worth saving and got rid of the rest. Incendium! Thank you for the 83 months. Welcome back. Will you be in the next Snap tournament? I don't know if Second Dinner's planning to do another Conquerors event. We'll see. Big Green Monster, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. I was given the impression that my manager negotiated aggressively enough for the first Conquerors tournament that I was in that they didn't think they could afford to have me come back for the second one. So I made it clear after talking with them that my rate was a little bit more negotiable. My manager is very good at his job, chat.
Opponent snapped.
I think we're leaving. I don't really have anything great to discard here. Am I leaving? I could draw Mobius and then go Modok Meek on the last turn. I'm gonna stay for the memes, chat. Stay for the memes. Genshin's an 80 gig mobile download. How does this work? It's a really good game, gamers. It's got a lot of content in it. Should I just rip the Modok? Should I? Nah, this is more fun. Genshin runs well on high-end smartphones. Can you explain the order? The order doesn't matter here with the Meek, right? And it's just important that I play Meek here so he doesn't end up here. Like, playing Meek left is important. Caleb Bites, thanks for the 5 months. Welcome back. Fuck it, we're gonna do it live, chat. Elias, never heard of him. We could have gone for a Meek record too. If I would have played the Modok, it would have been... Marvel Snap is really fun, doo-dah, doo-dah. Marvel Snap is really fun, oh, the doo-dah day. I will say, if we get a meaningful adjustment to Blob, I think, so, we've been suffering under Blob long enough that I think a lot of people forgot that before Blob existed, the format wasn't necessarily in a good spot. Like before Blob attacked, it was a bunch of lockdown decks. Oh, you know what? Maybe Meek should start here so he doesn't end up in Hala. Based on Glenn's comment the other day, they seem to know Blob is a problem. But I'm curious to see what else happens and where things fall, even if they adjust him. Man, Mitch, thank you for the half year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. If I lose my Meek here, it's my fault. I should have played him to the left so he jumped somewhere else. Mr. Toasty Snap, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. On the right. Oh, they have an extra energy this turn.
Opponent snapped.
Alright, can we draw Modok, chat? We cannot.
Escaped.
Tried making a Lockjaw discard shell. I'm truly confused why you think a Lockjaw deck would be interested in playing like a 1-3 to 1-4, which is what Meek would be in those decks. Yeah, but I don't want to play a bunch of discard cards in my Lockjaw deck, generally speaking. And I don't think like a deck like Hella has room for that card.
Escaped.
Howard is not a playable Marvel Snap card. I have heard the statement, this deck's, the old Drac deck suffers without... I've heard the statement, the old Dracula deck suffers without, what's it called, Chavez, so many times, and I really just couldn't disagree with it more. The problem with the old discard deck, chat, is not that Chavez got removed from it. The problem with the old discard deck is that it got fucking power crept by Blob, like basically every other deck that's just looking to put numbers into play. Hey, Kenneth, thanks for the membership on the YouTube side. Appreciate the support. Welcome to chat. We're dead here. I'm just like, yeah, it just can't keep up. Like, Chavez was good in that deck, fine even. What a fucking game, that's hilarious.
Victory.
Mid margins.
Snap.
Guessing discard had a tough time against prison decks too. That's actually not true. Against the Alioth Storm metagame, discard was quite good because cards like Morbius and Dracula played to the board early. A plague is coming. The meek shall inherit the game board, chat. Who do I want to copy this turn? I think it's Colleen Wing. Let's do it this order, just in case I want to Mystique the Morbius. Oh, I need to counter Professor X. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that. Okay. Morbius, right, would have gotten him. He says before they played Jeff the Baby Land Shark. They're preparing for the OT. I mean, for reference, chat, this lockout version of Blob Thanos has remained having incredibly good stats despite the Kyria build with Lockjaw being more popular. Still remained very good. Meek buffs even if he can't move, right? Actually don't know the answer to that. Let's find out. Marble Snap needs a minute here. Okay, I mean, that was the best draw in my deck, because it gives my collectors +2. We're going to lose to 630 here, but this is our best possible chance. What do you think about Kingpin working on unrevealed cards? I believe it was confirmed in the Team Answers Discord that Kingpin working on unrevealed cards is a bug. $630, what a small blob. That's actually true. We might beat a 630. Die to Shang-Chi. Wait, I'm beating Shang-Chi, chat. Holy gamers, we did it! We did it! Alright, don't call it a comeback.
Victory.
Don't call it a comeback. Let's do a little victory dance.
Oh, snap.
I'll play Collector first, I think. Play Morbius second, so that way we can Mystique him.
I am reborn.
This is the Professor X turn. We're hoping to draw Gambit next turn, so we could go Colleen Gambit. So sad that our MODOK got binned. Did you last turn, Gambit? This beats Thanos. I'm gonna run to the restroom, chat. I'll catch you under 20 seconds. Thanks for swinging out. Don't go anywhere. like the new cards coming out for discard next month. Some good things for sure. Yeah, I agree, AK. I really want to, Moon Girl Proxima Midnight. Sounds like my jam.
Animated.
In an OTA, same Marvel Snap card format. An OTA is no different from a patch now. They can change text boxes and other sorts of things in OTAs moving forward. Proxima and Corvus are partners in the comments, I think. Do they have synergy? Yeah, they're both discard cards, Josh. If you haven't seen them, I have a review of the upcoming releases here. What on, Doombringer? Thanks for the 10 months. Welcome back. Jeff, how do you feel about this typical Twitch chat suggestion for how to change Blob? I think if Second Dinner were to implement a change to Blob, it would be far better and more eloquent than every single one of the suggestions for changing Blob I've heard from Twitch chat over the course of the last month. Please just let the professionals do their job.
Opponent snapped.
That'll do, pig. When they snap your doubled Modoc. Thank you. Oh shit. I mean, at least they had the Magneto to do it, right? I feel like we came out ahead here.
All systems go.
Sure. You had to get your Wong Mystique moved. That was the best possible outcome. Agree.
Victory.
What's going on, Bandit? Thank you for the perfect square 64-month resub. Yep.
Oh, snap.
Maybe I'm supposed to play a swarm into the miniaturized lab here. Have a meek opponent. Existence is suffering. I hate everything. Meek does not have to move to gain power, no. So if we would have peeled Modok, we could have potentially won inside of Machine World. This is snappable. Their start's kind of mid. I have double Morbius.
Snap.
And snappable.
Victory. Snap.
Stone on one again. We'll see if they have another follow-up here. Yeah, unfortunately, the OTA is still a manual process, so it's still coming. Did you get the Whale Ironman variant? I did, yes. I think it's just Wongers. I don't think we could win the center regardless. Oh, Gambit would have won it. Hard to know we were going to be lucky, though. Oh, never mind, JK. We do have priority thanks to this, though. So if we draw Swarm, Helicarrier is not bad. Gives us another 6 here and another 3 here. Swarm. Swarm would have been ideal. Helicarrier's second best for sure.
Apocalypse. I am inevitable.
Dr. Doom? Nope. Okay.
Victory.
The thing about Meek in a lot of these games is there's been a couple where he's been relevant, but a lot of these games he's just been flying into a lane that we're like winning even if he doesn't exist. So like his stat line's been okay, but the fact that you don't get to pick where he goes is such a huge drawback. This particular flavor of discard has been my favorite, even if it's not the best. Is Meek, improve it dramatically. I think if you like playing this deck, Meek's a solid pickup. Meek adds a really nice extra bit of consistency to this deck because the games it struggles are the ones where it doesn't have two things that produce power early. So like you need two of Meek, Collector, Morbius, and occasionally Mystique for Morbius also counts. Hold on, Captain Crocuta. Thank you for the third of the year.
Enough said, bub. Avengers!
Thanks for the 15 months, Mayhew. Welcome back. Yeah, yesterday was good. This just isn't even good, right? Because they have like DC here. Like, yeah, I can't win the right is the problem. Yeah, Leech forfeits the bend. I can't currently win the right with that line, so I go ahead and Modok, and then I don't know what the plan is. We draw Apocalypse, and then we have Swarms and Apocalypse. Meek is jumping up to 8 here at least. Yeah, I think they're a Destroyer deck, and I have to leave. Dark Jade, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back.
Escaped.
Yeah, I think Shuri, Destroyer, Nimrod is very likely what we're playing into. Makes our Gambit plan a good bit worse. You should introduce a side deck to this game mode. I think that would be quite enjoyable. I would like it. I like it a lot if this game mode had a side deck.
Snap.
You think 3 cards is too many for a 12-card deck? I don't think that's true. Magic has a 15-card sideboard for like a 30-card deck, so. You gotta remember, Magic decks are 60 cards, but half of them are lands. Lands are cards too. They're really not. I'm gonna play this here just in case we draw Swarm. I think we'll get a new game board before the Internet Conquest. Yeah, I think that's probably likely, Socio. Well, we don't have Swarm to make Collector go crazy. I don't know if my body's ready for Meek to end up in the middle with Morbius. Is this even better than just doing this? This might be better, huh? But that doesn't guarantee that Meek goes somewhere else, right? But it's just leaving anyways.
Victory.
Well, that's bad for their Nimrod plan too, right?
It's clobbering time.
I think I just play Wong here, and then we go Modok Blade the next turn, and then Meek jumps middle. Let's snap back. Let's play. We're a professional, we'll draw Swarm. It's just this, right? Hear me out, Mystique Gambit. No, I don't think I will. Oh my god, I forgot we were gonna double our hand.
Apocalypse.
I think even without the X-23 landing there, we win the breaker, right? Because, yeah, Meek's 16. So even if X-23 goes here or here, they'd be up 10 and we're up 30. It's a big boy. Thick little bug.
Animated.
All right, we should probably let Meek play out the gold ticket here, Tough. So the 18 months, Fonseca, appreciate it. Yeah, I think Meek is, like, I feel like I was doing some channel surfing yesterday, even when I wasn't live, and I was like seeing people put Meek in decks like Hela and decks like Black Knight, where he just doesn't really solve any problems that they have. And this deck at least like wants Meek as a card, right? Like this deck discards a bunch of cards consistently and it wants another payoff for doing that. I don't know that this deck, I consider this deck to be good, but I think it's probably the deck that like really wants Meek as a card. Realized I was subbed to 3 people and I switched to Turbo. Do you still get paid from Turbo viewers? I get paid from Twitch Turbo as though you watch the ads that I run, but it's still significantly less than a subscription. Like you don't steal ad revenue with Turbo, but snap on the Modok draw. Yeah, you don't see ads with Turbo, and the streamer still gets a nominal amount from as if you were watching ads with Turbo, but do subs steal ad revenue? I mean, here's the best way I can put it for people that don't understand how inconsequential a single ad view is. If you donate $1 USD to a content creator that you enjoy watching, that is more money than if you watched every ad on every piece of content they had in a given month. And that's not to say that, you know, with thousands of viewers or tens of thousands of views, it can't add up. But the individual singular ad dollars from a single person are very nominal.
Snapped.
Snapping me. You get leads, so I think I just have to Modoc. Am I staying though? And if they're just leeching, it's not that good, right? And swarms stay 0 cost after getting leeched, which is nice. You need a $1 sub. So on the YouTube side, I have a $1 subscribe option for what it's worth. Twitch doesn't let you pick how much subscriptions cost though. So this beats She-Hulk here. We lose to She-Hulk here Infinite in one of these spots. Probably good. Oh, I forgot about the Wakanda that happened. Sometimes lucky.
Victory.
Jay Shed, thank you for the 27 months. Welcome back. And Wildman Wizard, thank you for the 10 months. What are the Twitch rewards this time? Drops come back in 5 days on the 23rd. And it'll be 350 credits and a premium mystery variant this time around. So no pixels, which is nice.
Snap.
YouTube Premium is basically identical to Twitch Turbo in that the videos that you watch, the content creators get a nominal amount as if you watched adverts on them. I'm pretty sure YouTube blows that stat out for me. YouTube Premium's actually pretty significant on the YouTube side. So for example, one of my YouTube channels made 1,600 USD last month, and 537 of that was from YouTube Premium, while 1,038 was from watch page ads. Metrics and stats, yeah. I would bet Turbo is... Twitch actually blows it out too. I can check Twitch Turbo here in a second. I don't know what I want to play this turn. I think it's just Collector. I think it's just Collector. And then I think because they're a leech deck, I need to just Modoc this turn. Yes, the ratio of Turbo on Twitch is less, but I assume Twitch Turbo is just way less common than YouTube Premium. For January so far, my Twitch channel has made $822 in ad revenue, and $119 in Twitch Turbo. Mordor Oak, thanks for the brand new Prime. Welcome back. What is Twitch Turbo? It's a thing that disables ads on all of Twitch for you as a viewer. This puts me to 18 over here. And then I go to 20 once Blade discards Meek. Yeah, I don't do Twitch Turbo. My general rule of thumb is if I watch a Twitch channel more than I watch Netflix in a given month, I just subscribe to them. Because Twitch Turbo costs as much as subscribing to like 2.5 people, and usually I'm not watching more than like 2 channels in a given month. I feel like I'd have to be regularly watching like, I don't know, 5, 6, maybe even double digits worth of Twitch channels to get value out of Twitch Turbo.
Hello, so happy.
Put a guest on there, she not wrong again.
Victory.
Almost to the gold that we seek. You're someone that's new to the channel, and you're thinking, whoa, he talks about how much money he makes. This is a general reminder, chat, that making it taboo to talk about the amount of money you make is a capitalist ploy to pay you and everybody else you work with less. You can and should talk about how much money you are paid with your coworkers. There is a good chance some of you are being underpaid for doing the same work. If you're more interested in additional transparency like that, you should totally check out my 1 year in review video for Marvel Snap, where I talk about how much money Marvel Snap made, how much I made, how much I spent, etc., and my thoughts on the future of the game. It's a great video.
Opponent snapped.
Is there something you're not seeing? Yeah, you're not seeing the fact that my opponent didn't know what lanes I was playing into, chat. You're just like making the assumption. You're having vision from this side. Yikes. We could get Spider-Man here, which would not be great for us. Oh yeah, this build plays Arrow sometimes too. Good shout. That being said, I think we're still in an okay spot here. I don't think this deck... So I do this, I go to 18 here. This kicks into here, they're still losing. If they Magneto here, they'd also end up at 18, and then I lose the tiebreaker. We could lose to Jeff left plus Silk, yeah. Yeah, I think I have to leave because we lose to Magneto. Juggernaut's actually not super common in these decks. But Magneto with the Kraven tying us on the right, I think means we have to go. I'm not winning the breaker. Bashal, thanks for the 9 months. Welcome back, appreciate it.
Escaped.
Wog is just such a terrible card into decks like what the opponent is playing. There's a good chance we just get full bullied this set. I have stats to play early, which makes it harder for them to screw with our Wong and stuff, so I'm gonna snap here. Is there any reason not to retreat later when it's an option? So, technically, if you're sweating as much as possible and want as much cube equity as you could potentially get, you should technically always be retreating later. That being said, there's a lot of games where your opponent is so far ahead, they're incredibly unlikely to retreat in that game, so you could just save yourself and your opponent the time and just bail out.
Opponent snapped.
Get an OTA. If we had an OTA, the stream title would not say waiting room, and there would be a pinned OTA review video over the top of the channel. Over the top of the chat. Thank you, Gambit. This, I get 4, I get 3. Do I care about the cards from Helicarrier, though? You want to fill left to keep Meek out? That's actually not a terrible idea. Yeah, I like that.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
And their Spider-Man is guaranteed to go mid, because I played there too, which is great. And Meek's gonna end up at 8 here. Snap's having a little bit of a tough time processing what's going on. You did what? With the who? Does he play for all 3 here?
Victory. Oh, snap.
I meant to snap last turn. I clicked end turn by mistake. Rip.
Victory.
Rip. Pika is definitely very bad for them, yes.
Opponent snapped.
Feel like my hand's pretty good here. Let's stay. Rewarded? Question mark? Did I rock last? Did I rock last? This is lighting up Morbius. I am... The opponent messed up here. If they're a Shang-Chi deck, there's no reason for them to commit this many Hulks here. That's such a big mistake. If they Magneto center. If they Magneto center, they end up at 23 here. And I end up at only 15. Yeah, I guess we gotta go, huh?
Escaped.
Look, this is clarity. This is really good. I'm glad to see this. People won't be able to... It's now against Twitch policy for you to be sleeping and playing a rerun while drops are going on in a Twitch category. I'm glad to see that. That was a much needed change. OTA is out. I'm leaving. Hold on. I got a video.
Escape.
I've got a video and I've got a lot of math, okay? Not only did Blob get a change, chat, but I've got some spreadsheets that show us 10,000 simulations of newly generated Blob to highlight what the change does. So I promise you this is OTA review you're only gonna see on this channel. So let's get this swapped up and teed up and we'll let past Jeff talk about it and then present Jeff will we'll talk about it a little bit more. I've got pie charts, chat. It's finally OTA day for Marvel's Snap. We've got a much-deserved nerf for the metagame menace that Blob has become inside of the Thanos archetype, as well as buffs to 7 different underutilized cards. Let's go ahead and dig on into the details, shall we? Let's kick things off with the change myself, and I'm sure many of you at home care the most about the adjustment to Blob. Second Dinner has decided they are going to flex the fact that they can change card text in these over-the-air updates now and leverage it to give Blob a new text box. Let's take a look, huh? Blob is now a 6/0 whose on reveal effect says merge cards from your deck into this until it gains 15 or more power. Still, with the ongoing effect, can't be moved. Second Order starts out their justification for the Blob change by acknowledging that he's been a metagame terror for a good minute, and then going on to say that release valves in the format that typically deal with large cards like this, i.e. Shang-Chi and Shadow King, have not been effective at reining Blob in. That's reflected of my experience playing against this card on the ladder. Even if you're able to kind of have everything go absolutely right against the Blob decks, i.e. you throw priority going into the last turn, you're still typically guessing which lane the Blob is going to play into, so you can line up your Shang-Chi or Shadow King appropriately. And a lot of the Blob decks have also been playing cards like Armor or Kyaria or even Alioth, so if you do throw a priority, you get punished by other things, meaning your tool isn't even effective even when you manage to win that 50-50, guessing where Blob is going to end up at. Signator then goes on to talk about how they ended up at this particular iteration for Blob, noting that there were a couple of key gameplay elements they wanted to retain. The first was they wanted to reward eating large amounts of power, especially from high power cards. And the second is they wanted to keep the total power output that Blob was going to have variable for the opponent. This creates tension, and I think overall is a good thing. The problem with Blob's previous design was that his floor tended to be so high it didn't matter that he was variable because the smallest was always way more than big enough. With Blob having a floor of 15 while still having a theoretical ceiling of 34 in the average case scenario, this means there will actually be a meaningful decision in a lot of spots as to how big your opponent's Blob might be and whether or not you can stay or if you should be retreating. Speaking of Blob's power output range, something I wanted to visualize for myself as well as share with all of you at home is exactly what impact this change has on Blob in some of the more common decks that he's currently played. So I put together a quick Python script and I simulated generating 10,000 different Blobs with this new rules text box inside of 3 of the commonly played decks that he's contained in, and these 3 pie charts show us the results. Let's dig into what they mean. The first thing that's obviously worth pointing out is that the largest Blob can now get inside of any given deck is 14 plus the highest power card remaining in your deck, assuming that you hit that highest power card when Blob has exactly 14 points of stats left. What this means is for the current Thanos decks that are currently top end Magneto as a 12 power card as their largest stat stick, Blob's stat ceiling inside of those decks in a perfect situation is now 26 points of power. Similarly, outside of games that involve things like Okoye or other things that power up cards in your deck directly, the Infinaut's going to be the largest thing that you can merge into a Blob. And if you hit that perfect 20 power card when Blob's at 14 points worth of stats, you're only going to get up to 34 as a ceiling, which is still a significantly large number, but it's also significantly smaller than the 50 and 60 point Blobs people were getting previously, and getting that perfect 34 point score is incredibly unlikely. Point of reference, in a traditional 12 card Blob deck like the Living Tribunal ramp deck, you're going to achieve that perfect 34 point Blob only 2.9% of the time, while in comparison in a Thanos deck playing Infinaut that has a larger range of cards that it can be absorbing, you're only going to obtain that perfect 34 point Blob 1.4% of the time. Speaking of how this new Blob behaves in Thanos, the second thing that I think is really important to point out that these charts do a good job of articulating is just how much more consistently Blob is going to be a smaller card inside of the Thanos shell. Specifically inside of the traditional Thanos lockdown shell that, in addition to all the stones, is playing a lot of other low power cards like Professor X and Devil Dinosaur and Blue Marvel, you can expect Blob to be the bare minimum of 15 power almost 30% of the time. Past that, he's only going to get a couple points larger than that minimum 15 points of power another 30% of the time, meaning when this Lockdown Thanos deck plays Blob, over half of the time it's going to be 17 points of power or less as the deck is currently constructed. And really, I think this is the best thing about this blob change overall. It really rewards you for having deck building considerations when you put blob inside of your deck. While you're still frequently going to be able to get it up to 15 points of power in any Thanos deck, getting it much larger than that consistently is going to require you put a number of larger cards in your deck. We can see here from these charts, both these decks that are playing Living Tribunal tend to have a lot of other large setted things, and they get blobs past that 17 point of power mark way more consistently than the lockdown blob variations do, because they have mostly low statted cards individually. Overall, I think this blob change is really eloquent. It makes it so your deck building with the card matters more. It pulls down the average power output range that the card has while still leaving it with a large amount of power, but not so much that you can't keep up with it with other decks that are also looking to put big numbers on the board. I also think one of the most important things about this change is it gives Second Dinner an easy number to adjust moving forward, where if they feel like blob is still getting too large too consistently as decks evolve more, they could take that 15 number in his text box and pull it down to 14 or 13, so that way the floor is lower and your odds of ballooning past that get smaller depending on the order of your deck. Moving on from the blob to the first of... Before we get into the buffs, I would just like to say, to give maybe a stronger called shot than I gave here, based on the numbers that I've simulated, I would not be surprised if we see another blob nerf at some point before the summer. He's still really big a lot of the time. The 15 floor is a big floor. I bet he ends up at 13 or 14 before long. But it's also worth noting he's still much smaller than he was, and maybe I'll be surprised. He's much smaller than he was on average, but it's a good change. That's a large step in the right direction that gives them another lever they can get into. Let's let the past Jeff talk through the buffs really quick, and then we can dig into some of the finer detail that the pie charts don't get into that I didn't have time to put on a YouTube video. Of our 7 buffs today, we open with the Destroyer gaining back its 16th point of power. Second in our notes that this is a reverting to a nerf from the Destroyer for a while ago, because in general, power values over the entirety of the game have gone up a little bit from when they initially took this card and pull it down. They said in general, they're going to be evaluating the relative power of 6-cost cards throughout the remainder of this year, and they expect to make more changes in this area moving forward as they do. Our next change, another small buff to one of my personally favorite cards, that is Viper, who's getting kicked from a 3-4 up to a 3-5. Second, our notes that they're a little bit conservative when adjusting Viper over the holidays because they were concerned how she impacted cards like Havoc, as well as a other release in December, Celine. That being said, they want to keep Viper at a 3 cost, but they recognize that her power level is definitely down, so they want to give her an extra stat to try and make up for that. I think Viper fits the mold of 3-5 cards in Marvel Snap quite perfectly. She joins the ranks of Polaris, Spider-Man, Deathlock, and Hulkbuster, which are all cards that have considerable upside under the right circumstances, but they're also awkward and have their on-reveal be a drawback in certain other spots in different games as they progress. Speaking of Celine, she's our next card, getting a pretty sizable buff / change of this OTA, going from a 1-1 to a 1-2. Secondary notes that they originally designed Celine to have explicit combo with Viper and Black Widow, who they obviously adjusted in an OTA in December, meaning that she just hasn't played out that way in practice. Rather than readjusting Viper and Black Widow back down to 2, however, they want to make Celine more flexible by leaving her power positive. And I think this is a good change. This effectively means we're able to play Celine with something like, say, Green Goblin or Hobgoblin, and not need to also need extra tools on top of that, such as Viper or Annihilus, to get rid of Celine's body, since she has a positive effect for you wherever she's at on the board. Up next, we have another small buff, this time to Electra, taking her from a 1-1 to a 1-2. Second notes that they've explored a variety of directions for improving Electra, and they'll likely continue to do so in the future because she's got an amazing story and a lot of great variants, but she is also an early series card that plays an important role teaching new players how to sequence and manage different locations. They said that they want to keep that early play intact while also still giving her a little bit of love. And honestly, I think this is a meaningful change to make. I think there's a chance that in a post-Kyeria world, Electra has a meaningful spot in the metagame, since being able to kill things like Nebula and Sunspot early has value, since a lot of those decks are now playing Kyeria to protect them late, meaning Killmonger isn't just a strictly better Electra anymore, since Electra can be played on curve a lot more efficiently. Continuing with our 1 power buffs, we have Hercules getting buffed in record time up to a 4-7. Secondary notes that Hercules released weaker than they'd like, so they're adding a little bit of power to him. Their goal remains to try and find an execution that builds an interesting move card at 4 cost, because their goal is to diversify strategic options across costs, so that way they have more gameplay variety. They've said they may consider revising the effect in the future if it proves unworkable at the cost, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that has to happen. In my experience playing with Hercules, it just feels really clunky inside of the move decks, because the way move decks tend to play out, you want to play your things like Vultures and Iron Fist and Ghost Spider in those first few setup turns of the game before Hercules comes down, and then by the time you play Hercules, you just don't have enough time to really get your move engine going for him to start triggering. It just doesn't fit into the curve eloquently with what its effect is trying to do. So maybe I'll be wrong and this 4-7 ends up working out, but I was really whelmed by this card in every sequencing move deck that I played. I'd rather it would just be like literally anything else, and I don't really expect 1 more point of power to change that. I've saved what in my opinion are the best 2 buffs for last, with the first one being a sizable one to Dazzler, who's always been underpowered. She is going from a 3-2 down to a 2-2 while retaining her same ongoing effect of getting +2 power for each location that's full on your side. Secondary notes that when they initially buffed Dazzler to 3 energy, they wanted to see if she would fit into Surfer Shells with Brood, and she just hasn't worked out that way and hasn't found a home anywhere else in the metagame. That being said, as a potential 8 power 2 energy card, I think Dazzler has a lot of potential. You know, kind of the above rate 2 energy play is something that gives you 5 points of stats, something like Silk for 2 energy. And if you manage to fill up just 2 lanes, Dazzler is going to beat that being a 2-6. And if you manage to fill the entire board, she's going to be a 2-8, which is solidly above rate. I think they raised the floor on Dazzler very appropriately. Most decks are going to be able to fill up at least 1 location, making her a 2-4. And I think with just a small amount of deck building consideration, she's going to consistently be a 2-6 or a 2-8, which is something that a number of decks are going to be interested in considering for their 2 energy slot. Finally, we close out to a sizable buff to another constant underperformer in Dagger, who will now be a 2-0 with the effect when this moves to a location, get +3 power for each enemy card there. Secondary notes that among move cards, Dagger's been one of the weaker ones for a while, and they like to give some extra competition for that archetype, so they're trying a change that increases her power potential by a good bit. They also go on to note that because Dagger now has 0 base power, she's actually weaker to Shadow King, so this technically isn't a strict upgrade, even if it ends up being more power on average in games that don't involve that specific tech card. I think this is a very acceptable OTA. Blob is obviously much weaker than it was before, while still being a pretty sizable. Hey chat, don't forget to like the video and thumbs it up on the YouTube side if you enjoyed that breakdown. Let me grab, where are my spreadsheets? Let's look at some of the other numbers here before we dive on into playing games. So I think the biggest thing that I think hammers home about this blob change. Yeah, thanks for the subs and resubs we had going on in there, and a few, I gotta get those real quick. Lefty, thank you for the half a year. DWS Goo, thank you for the 5 months. Jace, coming in hot for the almost 5 years. Yeet, eating their prime sub over for the 2nd month. Messiah, thank you for the baker's dozen. And Crockett, thank you for the 49 months. How much time do you think in this spreadsheet? Chat, for people that aren't familiar with my background, before I was a full-time meme here, I did process automation and data analysis for a Fortune 50 company. So even making it pretty human readable here, splitting out the simulations for this was, you know, it's like it's like barely 30 lines of Python. It's like really not that complicated. You run through some things, you spit them out into CSVs, and then you paste them into here and have a pie chart pop up. It actually doesn't even matter. Yeah, some people are actually like turn 5 or turn 6, and I make some base assumptions here. So like technically your blobs will be slightly bigger inside of Thanos decks where they've drawn all of the stones, but like for the most part, those things are gonna be nominal enough that you just like wave them away and we get close enough even without it. So like technically you could do significantly more work than this to get numbers that are like marginally more accurate, but like these 30 lines are good enough to give us a ballpark of like what we're looking at. And the biggest thing that I think is worth pointing out is the Thanos comparison. So this is the Thanos. How long does it take to run? My computer has a good processor. It takes like less than 5 seconds. I probably could have done 100,000, but 10,000 was probably enough. Oh, sorry, you're looking at the code. So, this last iteration, for something I didn't talk about here, is I ran some simulations on what it looks like with 14 power as well. Because I wanted to see, like, okay, let's say this blob is consistently too big. What happens when I run this sim but blob? Like, how big are the blobs on average if I look at it? So this script isn't the actual blob. You're right, this needs to be 15 for these other simulations. But I ran some 14 power sims because I was curious. Okay, they gave themselves this balancing lever. Like, what does that do? So, like, the big thing that I think is worth highlighting is that inside of the Thanos decks that explicitly aren't playing big cards, this new blob is significantly worse. So like this is the stock Thanos lockdown build playing like Goliath and Professor X and stuff. And it's 15, 16, or 17 almost 60% of the time is like the big thing to talk about. Whereas if you play the build with Living Tribunal and more big things, you're only 15, 16, or 17, 28% of the time. So it's a big difference. You can't just put blob in your deck without thinking about the costs and incidentally have something that's 20 plus with any consistently. Yes, yeah, exactly. Like, the Thanos prison blobs were still consistently breaking 30 just because the Thanos deck was big, even with a bunch of small things. And now that's no longer the case. Their blob here is only going to break 20. What is that? It's only going to break 20, 11, 21% of the time. So 4 out of 5 blobs in this prison deck are going to be under 20. Isn't 15 to 18 power in a random deck not designed for blobs still pretty high for a 6-drop? Yep. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if blob ends up having a floor of 14 or 13 before long. And I would assume Second Dinner also ran some simulations on those as well. It's still really fucking big. But it's big, but not so big that other decks making numbers can't keep up with it, I think is the big difference. Like, think about other decks that have build around requirements, how big your big thing gets. Like, we were screwing around with move decks the other day, right? And like our vultures were semi-consistently getting up to like 20, 23, 25, somewhere in that range. And like now, that's a number that competes with a 15 power blob, or a 16 or a 17 power blob. It's no longer incidentally much bigger than a Shuried Red Skull, right? What are the 14 power simulations? So this is Thanos, Lockjaw, Living Tribunal. I don't know that I have good off-the-cuff comparisons here. So this one here, with a minimum of 14, is under 20, 48% of the time, whereas here it's under 20, 40% of the time. So you're under 28% of the time, 8% of the time more, less often. They could technically buff his power to nerf him as well. Under some conditions, yeah. Yeah, like, an interesting thought is, like, they could put his minimum down to 14, but increase his base power to 2, and then a Magneto hit means he stops. Yeah, that's the other thing, too. Like, some of these comparisons are with Living Tribunal, and Blob might not be big enough anymore to be worth playing Living Tribunal with. So, like, these are simulations for the existing decks, but Blob changing maybe means that the Blob decks need to look different. Yeah. You know what else is going to look different? My screen with adverts over it for the people that aren't subscribed. We're going to jump on into playing some games of Marvel Snap here post-OTA in a couple of minutes. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. YouTube gamers, 450 of you hanging out, only 200 like button pressers so far. Can we pump those rookie numbers up, huh? Hey, Catherine, thank you for the 13 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Two Wrongs, thank you for the 5 months. I think he's still really good at Thanos Lockdown. Yeah, I agree, Hobbit. Like the Thanos deck still probably play Blob. He's just big now instead of unbeatable. It's like the TLDR. Can I try out some Blob decks? Nope, not even a little bit. Ew. How Cope is negative Blob. Incredibly Cope. Marlin the Titan, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. I think the Celine change could maybe be good. We'll probably play some Celine today. Yeah, I think to fit Electra in here, I have to give up either Warhead or Echo. I think I'm inclined to give up Warhead. Could go either way, though. I like this variant more, but this is just such a good split. McDougal, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Jeff, do you think that nerfing Blob, not that it wasn't warranted, continues this pattern of releasing a broken card and then nerfing it? I really think someone needs to hold Second Dinner accountable for constantly releasing broken cards and then nerfing them. It's completely unfucking acceptable that they keep releasing cards like Hercules and Meek and Celine and Havoc, and then immediately nerfing them right after the fact. Someone really needs to do something about all these new releases that need to be nerfed immediately after. It's just not okay. I don't know if I want to play Mr. Sinister over there or not yet.
Wind, aid my hand.
Hey, Grenade Gamers. Does this win the game? I'm aware it's turn 5, chat. They're playing a nihilist this turn. They can't play ones. They can only play 2s and 3s on the right. Yeah, I think that's the play. I don't think we ever win the other way. Was the average amount of cards Blob eats? That's a different answer for literally... That's not really a thing you can calculate. It varies a lot.
Oh, snap.
Wind, aid
We have
my
Mr.
hand.
Sinister as well as Nightcrawler who can get into the right. Isn't this a Black Knight deck? How do we win if they use Ghost Rider and Decimated Hella elsewhere? Well, so your statement's kind of inconsistent there. Are you worried they're a Black Knight deck, or are you worried they're a Hella deck? The Jeff would imply that they're not a Hella deck. Would put me up to 14-16 here. This ties the right with the Jeff moving, and this leaves me at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 over here. And we were a win regardless of where the Jeff went here. Because if the Jeff went here, we would have won the left.
Victory.
Math is cheating. It definitely is cheating. What's going on, Ray? Thank you for the gifted subs. That's super generous. Thank you for that. Did you take the last 2 days off because you do have the upcoming OTA change? No, I took the last 2 days off because the game was in a deeply unfun state for me personally. So rather than being frustrated while playing the game on stream, I decided to go spend my time doing other things. I would not cut Nightcrawler from this deck list. I think to fit in Electra, you either cut Warhead or Echo. We'd rather kill Kurt or Echo against Thanos. They could be Professor X. So probably Echo. Do I do any side hustles? Do I make a full-time living making content? Does transporting children to extracurricular activities count as a side hustle? Yes. Okay, chat sounds pretty confident. There's other side quests. I don't know about hustles. Okay. No, that costs money. It costs an incredible amount of money, chat. So much money.
Snap.
I would like to dedicate my children's extracurricular activities to Twitch Prime. Thank you. Thank you, Prime Gaming. I think it's just like Brood Middle and then Cerebra Mystique, right? And call it a day. Hopefully they take priority here with a big play. If I had to pretend Raid Shadow Legends was enjoyable, I'd consider that hustling. I am a former endgame Raid Shadow Legends player. I have spent a significant amount of time and my own money on that game. What's up, Arrow? Thanks for the half a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Alright, is 24 enough to in the middle? This next card's a 6-drop, chat. Ah, big enough. Got him.
Victory.
Once things wrap up fully, the Hoagland household has activities every night of the week. What was it? Monday is Scouts, Tuesday is ice skating, Wednesday is dance for my daughter and chess club for the boys, Thursday is theater class, Friday is skating again. Our calendar is a little hectic. Skate or die. All of the children choose to participate in all of their extracurriculars. In fact, when we hit stuff 5 days a week, we made a point to make it clear to them they were not obligated to do things, but they really like doing things, so we are able to do that for them, so we do. What are your kids, Yellow? They play chess very casually, chat. Filthy casuals who play chess for fun. Imagine that, playing a game for fun. Fun! Never heard of them in my life.
Wind, aid my hand.
So this is a Loki gamer, right? Is Electra about to get the first notch on her belt, chat? I'm certainly snapping them here, huh?
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Oh, they have our Electra from Mirage. Yeah, I guess I should play left, huh? Sedge. I guess the real question is, do they have their rogue? big ol' cup of get fucked. So I think I'm actually supposed to go Mystique into Cerebro here, because if they rogue my blue Marvel, my Cerebro bonus breaks. So I think we're supposed to do this to play around rogue. Miss Marvel? That's adorable. Got him, my game.
Victory.
Thank you, love. Alright, chat. My wonderful, beautiful wife just brought lunch because she's out. So we're gonna hop off the bike chair. Because there ain't no way we're pedaling while we stuff my face. What's for lunch? Jersey Mike's. They have a portobello mushroom and Swiss sandwich that is truly lovely. Got a chair to use for pedaling. And check out my bike chair from Flexispot there. Or my reasons for being a vegetarian. I don't enjoy the taste of meat. One copy of Storm, please. Think we're dead, gamers. What if I do this so that we're just not a Cerebro deck? Ah, shoot, they're a Shang-Chi deck, though, so they're probably dead. I'm gonna do this to force them to have the Shang next turn.
Opponent snapped.
Alright, I'll leave.
Escaped.
I think the ethics of eating meat is a complicated topic that always deserves the reminder of there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. And most people acting like they are trying to do so need to get off their high fucking horse about it.
Snap.
For example, something a lot of people don't consider is that being able to be a vegetarian in most parts of the United States is a privileged position to have, because my non-meat diet on average is more expensive for me to eat than a meatless diet would be in the same places. Cheap meat abounds in the United States. Happy Electro Day to you too. So this means they can't Heimdall right, which is nice. Oh gosh, and I have priority, so I just get to like dumpster their vulture here. They're probably not moving the vulture this turn. This probably lets me keep priority. I'm gonna do this and be greedy with the Shadow King. Punish for our greed. Extra punish too, as we even drew Nightcrawler. Yeah, we just can't know they're playing the bounce build of move. I mean, have any specific indicators of it? Wait, did they also leave? Or is the end screen messed up? They also retreated, interesting. That's actually kind of funny, because this could be another Mindscape, but it could also be another Fisk Tower, in which case they're Craven next in trouble.
Victory.
You know who else is in trouble, chat? All of the non-subs. Have some adverts. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. How dare you hold me, a paying customer, tier 3 no less, hostage with these adverts? Jazzcules, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back. That's a good question. Just anecdotally, the people who pay me money that don't have to watch ads, Have you ever felt put out by me taking short breaks when I run ads once an hour? Or once every 40 minutes or so? We were talking about this the other day because Dara said to his chat that the reason why he doesn't take a break from gameplay when he runs ads is because it would be holding everybody else hostage. And that if people who had to watch ads just had more empathy, they would understand that he's not holding other people hostage. I was just like, holy shit. Let me out, Hogland! Let me out! Yeah, his demeanor and mindset definitely changed a good bit when he went full-time. I can't close the tab. So it's funny, I actually thought, I talked about how ad revenue in January is way down. Just because that's how the industry works. There's just less ad sell in January, and I almost was like, okay, the ads are down. I'm just gonna not run ads this month. But honestly, having the ad breaks gives me a good like short mental reset. It means I take more water breaks and like can actually use the bathroom. So from like quality of life on stream perspective, as like, I don't think I ever want to go back. I think the money aside, having like a 2-minute break every 40 minutes is like, feels good in terms of. Ad breaks are good. Chill! One of the real heroes of Twitch.tv chat, Chill81, 7-month subscriber, first-time chatter. Lurkers rise up, I know you're out there. Thanks for hanging out and making the stream go round. I think that's a record, yeah. Yeah, I think we've had like some like 2 and 3 month subs first time chatter, but I think 7's a record. This matchup's probably tough for us if we don't draw Shadow King. I bet their numbers get kind of big. Joshington Bear, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. I'm pretty much using chat as my personal diary, as you will. I think I stormed the murder world. Usually this deck has a hard time moving things to the right.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh! Yeah, I forget how long that was. There was one person, their first time sub message was like a recommendation for a card to deck, and it was like legitimately a good recommendation. I forget how long it was though. Is Hercules still bad? I think Hercules is probably still bad, yeah. When's the OTA effective? The OTA is effective now, chat. Right meow. Thanks, Jill. Purple and Bubbly, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Is it Blue Marvel this turn? I can only play 2 more cards out. Is Cerebro Mystique better? Cerebro Mystique might be better. Ghost Spider left. Ah, it's a damn shame. If they had priority, this Electro would have been perfect. Can we disrupt Hercules with Nightcrawler? So we can, but is that good? Because I'm only going to be at 16 here, and then this will still be 28 over here, right? They can't Taskmaster, chat. They could Living Tribunal. Order doesn't matter. Let's let it play out for one. Well, they just didn't move. Wait, we beat that, right? No, wait, he could go back middle? We win. We're up by 2.
Victory.
So, the opponent would have won here if they would have moved Human Torch last. They could have hit Nico into here, triggered this, have Carnage end up here or here, and then Human Torch stays right. That was a really complicated turn. Not super surprised they missed that, but they would have beaten us on the breaker with that line. Because they would have been plus 14. Then we would have been down by 12. Vibe for now. Should we try Celine and Cerebro 2 with Hobgoblin? Now that's deep. Thanks, Peanut Gallery. Glad you enjoyed the numbers. Man, 2 locations that suck at stuff for us. What if I do this?
Opponent snapped.
Nah, we don't need a command for that, Grindle. What if I do this, and then I storm this on the last turn? May or may not be right. Yeah? Is it Murray gonna screw me? I can storm it, chat. I also have the option to shadow kick it. Well, so the upside to shadow kicking it is it wipes all their bonuses away too, right? I think it's just this. Yeah, I can't just shadow kick, so the shadow kick will be a 3. So what does this put me at here? This puts me to 12 over here, and they're at 6, 7, 8. They would have to give 5 to Collector, which seems unlikely.
Wind, aid my hand.
They're playing an all white border deck. How funny. You played any Meek at all? Meek seems like an easy include in discard moving forward. It is unclear to me if discard is competitive. I think I'm waiting on Nico to maybe be able to remove this.
Opponent snapped.
I think I'm just supposed to leave. I didn't have a lecture for Black Knight.
Escaped.
Yeah, Dazzler and something is the next one I want to try. The Bast in Texas deck probably likes Dazzler. She's a card you can Bast that then grows up, similar to Havoc and others. Bounce Destroy with Electro. I don't know what Bounce Destroy is. You're kind of saying that like it's a thing I should know when you mention it.
Oh, snap. Victory.
Is a portobello mushroom a marinated sub or just seasoned and grilled? I believe just seasoned and grilled. Bounce Destroy is a deck you feature at some point. I promise you that doesn't make it any more specific for me personally. Ooh, the Bass Valve Patriot's a fun idea. That was a deck that was playing Dazzler before the buff anyways. Yeah, that could be a good one. Big Baby was talking about that one in the Discord server the other day. They might move the Soul Stone right here, right? I think I have to wait because they might move the Soul Stone with the Space Stone since this is Mojo World. Alrighty, very much didn't matter anyways. I love the little donk sound it makes. The bonk. Safety dance. Safety dance. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. I need the Mystique to live, right? I need the Mystique to live. Says local man about to get Goliath. My statement stands. Fuck you, Danger Room. We're actually winning before the Spectrum, huh? We were 15 to 16. So once the Spectrum came down, I needed it to live. Rip. To be fair, Mojo being in their deck made Spectrum way more likely, right? Yeah, they played Spectrum or Blue Marvel, we needed our card to live. Schemer, by the way. I think I vibe on this to try and tag Soulstones.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. Blob nerf is not nearly enough. I would not be surprised if they need to nerf Blob again before long. Well, they could play a 6-drop this turn. I agree. The way they redid Blob was good. That'd be efficient stay. Wait, they also got Red Skull from the Great Portal? Oh, Daily Bugle. Was very confused there for a minute. I was like, wait, what? Fortunately, Cerebro's in our bottom 2 here, so we're done.
Escaped.
Cerebro's and saving us anyways. They have Red Skull and Soulstone. So if I Mystiqued left, copying Blue Marvel, and then Cerebro'd, we get enough on here to be beating them on the left with double Blue Marvel, or on the right with double Blue Marvel, and then our second Cerebro gives us +6 in the middle, which gives us a real shot to win. So the second Blue Marvel won us the right, and then the Cerebro put us winning in the center. And then we were also at enough points that even with the Soulstone, the double Blue Marvel let us win the left. So I think Cerebro had a good chance to win the game there despite the Soul Stone and the Red Skull. They have a Shadow King. You expect Black Knight usage to go up with the Blobner? Yeah, probably. That card can compete with that effect on raw stats more easily now. Probably a Loki deck. If I had to venture a guess.
Oh, snap.
Shadow King's a vanilla 2-2 against us. It is a vanilla 2-2, yeah. Crazy to remember that both Dazzler and Shadow King were 2-cost on release. It's important to remember that Zabu had a very different text box when he released.
All systems go.
Victory.
So sweet, chat. She does so much for this deck. You've almost got enough games with this one for a highlight, and then I think we're gonna try some Dazzler Patriot. Is my plan. Did Electro did anything, or a Teenage Warhead have better? I mean, I don't know that Teenage Warhead would have necessarily done anything useful in that slot either. Honestly, I think there's just value in simply having more 1 energy cards in this archetype that lets you play to the board more flexibly. Ultron Dazzler. Nope. Definitely not Ultron Dazzler. This deck is amazingly similar to the auto deck I got triggered off of Blue Marble. Yeah, this deck with Warhead... This deck with Warhead over Electra is like the stock good Cerebro 2 deck that's existed for a while. Probably dead here. If we draw Cerebro next turn, we're probably still in trouble.
All systems go.
Escaped.
Also, chat, one thing I didn't gloat about that much in the OTA review video that's worth gloating about. I like that Second Dinner explicitly called out that Shadow King and Shang-Chi weren't reining Blob in or hip checking him, because I honestly can't tell you the number of times I talked about Blob needing changes, and I just like had to block half a dozen or a dozen chuds on Twitter who were just like, "You're just bad at Marvel Snap, play more Shadow King and Shang-Chi, derp 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 derp." Just shang it. It's so easy. Get good, scrub. Uh-oh, is it gonna tell me matchmaking failed because it paired me but didn't put me in? Would a 160 be balanced then? In their minds, yeah, dies to Doomblade, it's fine. The 160 dies to Electra, it's definitely fine. Oh, God, that hurts. It'd be extra funny if it wasn't so sad. See if expansion ruins us here or not.
Escaped.
Maybe they'll fill right. The optimism. The actual quote from Glenn in the Discord server was Blob had broken every single one of their performance metrics that they look to stay under except for popularity, which is simply an indictment of the fact that Blob is boring as shit to play, so it wasn't popular despite being cracked absolutely in half. PQV, thank you for the resub. I appreciate the entire year. Welcome back. I'm gonna play Echo, and I'm gonna Snap, because if they're a Zabu deck, they play their Zabu middle, and then Echo puts it in the trash can. They discarded Ghost Rider, so probably a Zabu deck. Without Cerebro, I'm not going to be able to leverage floating vents, so I'm just going to get rid of it here.
Wind, aid my hand.
Yep. they can't be high evo. They discarded Ghost Rider. Good snapback. I'm gambling 8 cubes for a content Electra chat. This might not be a good stay, but it's a great one if I get a video out of it. Reminder that there is a goose left and a goose right. Oh, they have zombie. Rip. Oh, and She-Hulk. Yikes. I didn't realize how much extra energy they had. Feels bad to lose to the old shit version of this deck. This deck has significantly worse stats than the newer Sarah builds. Feels bad, man. And but the differences there end up being extra good against us, right? Like they get to Red Skull into our Echo, and they get to Enchantress into our stuff. About to launch Genshin for the first time. Any tips? Just have fun. You could play through the content in that game with basically anything. Just play characters you enjoy. Probably storming Adelaide unless this right location is atrocious for us. I don't know that qualifies. Although I guess my hand's not very good. I just storm left actually.
Wind, aid my hand.
I don't think I plan to play Celine today. I think I'm gonna play Dazzler after we finish with this one.
Snap.
The Electra and Celine change are both Shauna buffs. That's true, you know.
Victory.
I like saving Electra for the last turn because they're a Kazoo deck. Yeah, but generally speaking, my deck's not going to have space to play a 1-drop on the last turn. We typically play 2 3s, i.e. Cerebro and Mystique. So I played the Electra on curve there because of how my energy resources usually works out. Shadow King can undo this. They could be ghost spidering this turn. They could also be beasting some amount of these things. Definitely goosting, and then it's like, am I shadow kicking or electraing? I'll do this, and we'll see what they do. For waiting on the Shadow King. Definitely a bounce deck. Do we expect the bounce deck to get bigger than 8 over here? I don't think so. This will put us to 16 on the left, and they're losing 7, 16. They do have a demon, yeah. Their demon here would put them to 13 total, so we're still winning. They can't demon Crimson Cosmos, though, chat. And Hercules is only 7, so we're beating that.
Victory.
I can't tell if my Q's bugged or if the Q times are just actually long here in Infinite right now. That's a good one. I've had long queues as well. Perhaps we're having a matchmaking issue. Yeah, it could be the case. You're saying the location that's going to be free to play into sounds great. passing. Scar's super awkward for us.
Minions to me.
Cause it's a sneaper keeper. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Opponent snapped.
Excuse me? Let's go. Are they about to like magic Quantum Realmer killed? Okay. Okay, and now I just echo the middle, right? They can't own in the right chat. There's a goose there. Oh, you know what? I'm guaranteed to draw Storm next turn. I should have put Echo to the left and then planned to Storm the middle. Is what I should have done.
I am Iron Man.
Victory.
Skim. All right, gamers, it's time for an ad break. Let's go ahead and hit that. We're gonna play one or two more with this when we get back, and then we're gonna try out some Valkyrie Patriot. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. YouTube gamers, we're inching up towards 300 likes on the live stream today. Can we push those numbers up? It'll be swell. There's over 300 of you in there. Rhubarb, thanks for the 10 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. That's Cerebro 2. I think Cerebro 2 is a very solid deck in general. It's consistently had very good stats. Ooh, I get to use my new Iron Man in this one. That's pretty lovely. I think this is my favorite Dazzler variant. I think it's this one. She's our only non-inked, non-gold card, chat. Should we go for a 4-split inked?
Infinity.
I have enough boosters to spend one time on a 4-split inked. Taylor deserves it. Did we split hell for the bundle? We did, yeah. The old razzle dazzle. I think she's gonna be a new format staple, chat. I don't think she's gonna break the game, but I think at 2 energy she's super playable. So this one cannot be a premium split. It's only the third split. This next one. Oh, I actually have enough to go twice, so. So this one has a 10% chance hitting. Lots of decks will take out Lizard and put in Dazzler. I don't know that I agree with that necessarily. It's my last roll. She gets added to the top of the list.
Infinity.
Says, hey-o! Hey-o! That'll do, pig. That'll do. Need a few more to get her to gold on gold, but that's a good one.
3D.
Dazzler's not generically good 2-drop. She's archetype dependent. Yeah. They need to be able to get one lane full consistently. Ideally 2 with some frequency. We get Nico in here somewhere. That's a good thought. The last time we played this deck, Nico wasn't a card. It is kind of tough though. I'd have to give up like Invisible Woman, huh? And she lets us be tricky in some spots, but that might be worth it. Alright, I need to get a couple more games in with Cerebro 2. Need like one more game for a highlight. And then we'll play the Patriot deck.
This land can never be fully known.
Couple more games? How about a Weird World? Yep. Yep. I would like to try and murder Kurt, please. Boop him on the nose. We're gonna go Blue Marvel mid, Arnim Zola by Blue Marvel.
Oh, snap. Victory.
Safety room check. It's all about the safety. Twitch connection dropped for a few minutes and I got worried. Thank God I don't have to go back to being productive just yet. I think my plan is to stream for 2 to 3 more hours at a minimum. And I get some games in post-patch. I'll be here for a little bit. The Brood draw, we could probably storm into Brood, right? Did you farm up for Dr. Ratio? My Star Rail's mostly been in maintenance mode recently. My extra off-stream gaming time has largely been Genshin TCG dominated. Any daggering today? I think we're probably not going to dagger till tomorrow. I think my plan is we're definitely playing the Dazzler Patriot deck after this. And then if we have time after that one, I plan to work on some Celine stuff. They protected the Reality Stone instead of the Power Stone?
Aid my hand.
They killed 2 1-drops, so their death is 6. I want to play this, but I don't really want to re-roll either of the locations that are in play, so I think I just vibe. If I draw Cerebro next turn, I might just double Goose on 5. Soulstone makes it less relevant. Or the Time Stone makes it less relevant. Probably good, right? Is this better, or do I just blue Marvel Electra? I think it's this. This seems great, huh? Electra making the Soulstone less awkward is quite stellar for us, huh? Yeah, they have to have something super funky, like a rogue or an enchantress to beat us here, I think, since we have priority and we don't get Goliath. Yeah.
A victory.
Alright, let's play some Patriot, huh? Hey, Dijor, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. I'll wait one more turn. Anything I draw other than Valkyrie benefits from getting bastards. I think I want to wait one more turn. Good one. It's a good one, shit.
Opponent snapped.
I think I do this to avoid priority, and then next turn we just go Valk, Wasp, D-Man, all on Shuri's Lab without priority, right?
Oh, snap.
We're going to 36 on the left. Should hopefully be enough. Iron Man having strong synergy into Stark Tower is definitely a good savor the flavor moment. Yeah, I think they're crunched here.
Victory.
I don't think they can compete with 36 here, and I don't think they can throw priority going into the last turn, so these 3 into Shuri's Lab should clinch that as well. Havoc attacks his deck, good to a lot of popular decks. I mean, I think it's better after these changes. The Havoc attacks his deck was actually having a hard time with the Thanos decks that adapted to play Living Tribunal, but with Blob being smaller on average, Living Tribunal is less appealing in those decks. I don't have any of our go wide stuff here is the problem. Ooh, we haven't hit the turn into a demon or sack to draw cards modes yet on Nico. Nice. I snap on that? I might snap on that.
Oh, snap.
I have Iron Man for the right. Ooh. Ooh, that lets me play for all three, chat.
I am Iron Man.
So then I can Mystique here. And then we go Mysterio, Demon, Wasp.
I am.
They could be Shauna plus other stuff here. I think they're about to fill with Shauna gamers. It feels very appropriate that Shauna coming out makes Kazar grunt a whole bunch. Feels like it's on flavor.
Victory.
I forgot M'Baku is a card. That's convenient. So did Second Dinner. Oh, sorry about it. Somebody bonk Kazar. Squirrel Girl is a card we typically want to save to play later in this deck. Although all bets are now off. Because District X. Oh, you're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me! Alright, Armin, Jesus, take the wheel. I think we're dead. Well, that was funny.
Opponent snapped.
I do this and I can fill one location. It's just not nearly enough. Take your cube, bud.
Escaped.
I think cutting Wasp from this deck is insanity. People, I feel like 9 times out of 10 when I put Wasp in a deck, it's like the first card people want to cut because they just can't appreciate the value of a good tempo play and the surprise equity that it brings, especially in tandem with Valkyrie. It is the Whale Iron Man. It is in fact. Gets things done, chat. That she does. That she does. My hand's at all reasonable. We'll snap them here. They just put 6 cards back in their deck for 3. For fuck's sake. Can I snap them anyways and they leave? Actually just needed Wasp, Put, or Mysterio for this to be reasonable. I think some of the confusion about what New Blob does is probably English as a second language, I would hope. Usually a lot of the communication things stem from that. Like Blue Marvel, so we can just spread out across the whole board here. Oh my god, am I about to get Galactus? This beats Galactus, but just like loses to literally everything else. Is the problem. Whereas like, this is significantly better against everything else. For reference there, chat, the thing I was checking was my opponent is unranked. And I felt like if they were ranked less than 5,000, they were more likely to be playing Galactus.
Victory.
Hit him with the MMR read, yeah, basically. Hey, thanks for the 15 months, half-half. I think New Dazzler's a real Marvel Snap card. They have our Blue Marvel as something to remember. Urkadar! You've seen a lot here over the years. Thanks for the 74 months. Here's to 6 more. I feel like playing Lizard on Dazzler Day is probably a little bit loose. Yeah, it could be a Killmonger deck. It's probably a play all the tech cards deck, yeah? So maybe playing the Squirrel Girl's wrong. Enchantress is definitely in their output range, which is why I'm taking these two and splitting them up. Yeah, we made sure not to have priority here. We lose to the Miss Marvel. I think we lose to the Miss Marvel. Yeah, I lose by 1, right? No, I have more cards than they do, so we're good. I was expecting to be... In my brain, I had Killmongered myself and wasn't counting the squirrel.
Victory.
That being said, Miss Marvel simply existing probably means I should play for the Valk center as opposed to right. Because if they Marvel, it's most likely to be here. Yes, Valk Mysterio Patriot buff is solid. Sans bastard, chat.
Snap.
How did the squirrel have 5 power when Patriot got Enchantress? Because Valk brought it up to base 3, and then I had a Mystique that was also a Patriot. So Monster Island's one of those good and bad things for us because the opponent's likely a Shang-Chi deck playing Zabu. So I'm definitely playing a 5-drop next turn. And then... And then the following turn, I could go 5-drop plus Squirrel Girl plus Wasp. Opponent is definitely playing a Shang chat.
I am Iron Man.
They Shang me here, they're at 18. My Dazzler is 6. My Mysterio is 2. My Iron Man is 3. 6, 2, 3. That's 11, 22. So we're beating Shang on the right. So this is winning all 3, beating a Shang on the right. So this beats Shang plus Ghost Rider back my Infinite. We lose the path they Infinite into, we win the other. They could Shang and Enchantress. I don't think I can play around that. Enchantress isn't super common in the opponent's archetype. I'm gonna decline playing around Shang Enchantress. I think Shang Ghost Rider is the output range I want to beat here. Oh, I forgot about moving Jeff.
I am
I
Iron
actually don't know how that works out. We were at 18, right? Or no? I forget. We'll see how it falls. We're at 22. Or 21. Cool. Sweet.
Victory.
Would have lost to Shang plus Marvel plus Ghost Rider plus moving Jeff, right? Sure. That's a lot, though. Yeah. They're 75% to have a given card. They're not a high probability to have that incredible combination of things. All right, I want to get this up to the next one, but I'm going to go ahead and collect some credits before I do, and we need to run an ad break anyways. So we're taking an ad break. I'm going to collect 200 credits off my collection level track. We'll upgrade the Dazzler. We'll play some more games with this. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for hanging out. YouTube gamers, we are 8 likes off of 300 over there. Could a few of you tap it that are hanging out? There's almost 400 of you in there. Just takes so long to claim things, chat.
Oh, snap.
Aim all button win.
Animated.
Yeah, exactly. How's the deck been before? It's felt really clean. This is a deck that we had played in the past that felt pretty reasonable. And getting a little bit more efficiency out of Dazzler feels like a big deal for it. Any big winners from the OTA? I think Dazzler's probably the biggest winner. I expect Dazzler to be a playable Marvel Snap card with her latest Xbox. Dagger could go either way. The decks Dagger goes in tend to not be super strong, but Dagger is definitely a much better card. Jeff's mental state. Any big winners from the OTA today? Nailed it. Fucking nailed it. Because the biggest buff is getting to play Marvel Snap with a smile on your face.
Oh, snap.
We played some Cerebro 2 with Electra in it. That felt pretty solid. Getting to kill soul stones that normally are soul crushing felt really good. You see my deck list. You can always type !deck in my chat, even when I'm not here, and they will, I'll get a link to it.
Snap.
I want squirrels. I think I want squirrels. I definitely want to draw 2 cards, though. Yeah, I cut Teenage Warhead for Electra. It's either that or Echo, and I think I like just having more 1-drops in that deck in general. Come eat pizza! Thank you for the almost 5 years. Welcome back. How would we access chat when you're not here? You just go to twitch.tv/Jeff Hoagland, and then there's a chat button there that you can click to open the chat. Bast? Never lucky. They discarded a swarm with this play, which imply they're like a meek deck, probably. Am I Valking or Blue Marveling on 5? I could like do this and then Valk here. And then go like Dazzler Demon here on the last turn. Could be okay. I could also do this, and then like Blue Marvel and just spread Eagle. And just go wide everywhere, but I don't know. I think I like that less than doing this. Oh, you know what I could do? What if I do this and then Valk the center? I'm gonna do this and Valk the center, I think. And then I can Demon here, and that lets me play for all of them. That's a lovely pickup. The old 0-5 chat. Don't cut Wasp. If you like playing discard decks, Meek's a very playable, reasonable card. Oh, I guess Valking here, I don't have anything that breaks Valk symmetry, and this path is potentially problematic. Bast is actually a good draw, because it lets me play as hard as possible for here. I get to fulfill the board. My Demon is 10, my Dazzler is 8. Could lose to a Modok, I guess. Does a blob change means he gets shuffled with Lockjaw now? It does actually, Deadly, yeah. Yeah, if he doesn't destroy your entire deck, he'll get tucked in. Yeah, they just didn't play for the left. I don't know that going to 24 is enough on the... They didn't play for the right. I don't know if going to 24 is enough on the left. Because obviously we're locked in the center. We lose to Apocalypse as the last card. That's not it, gamers.
Victory.
And even if that was old Chavez we were good, they were +6 there where we still winning. Ooh, ninja. I want to play Patriot next turn.
Snap.
And we drew bans, so I'm gonna snap on this. What do we think of copying Wasp here? I kind of like it. Playing the Mysterio might be wrong, but I want to be able to go like 5-drop into 5-drop Wasp here. In.
I am reborn.
Alright, so they have a 12 power Apocalypse. Power Apocalypse. We need Meek to go middle here, chat.
I am Apocalypse.
Opponent snapped.
If they MODOK, they gain 6 more in the middle. So that would be... If they MODOK, they gain 6 more here, which would put them up to 23. And I'm +2 on here, which means I'm at 10, which puts me to 13 or 26. I think this beats them, right? This beats MODOK and it beats Apocalypse. Oh, fuck, I forgot they had Swarm. Fuck me. I hate this fucking client sometimes. It's so frustrating. We saw Swarm on one of the earlier turns, right? So I was counting the Meek move, chat. It's just I thought we were winning the center. When Swarm isn't their other card, we're winning the center. Wait, did we know they had Swarm? They discarded 3 Swarms. Maybe we didn't. Maybe that was a different game. Maybe that was a different game, and I'm misremembering. No, because if they discarded 3, we didn't know it, right? That was a different person we were playing against. Yeah, the Bladed Apocalypse. They would have discarded 4 if we would have seen it already, right? They top deck the Swarm. Yeah. Brutal. We were so close to. We were 20, 28 to 29 in the middle. Apologize to the client. No, the client knows it should still show me cards that I know are in their hand. Great.
Opponent snapped.
That'll do.
Escaped.
I hope people forget Leech exists. Can you explain to me why you think my Patriot deck that plays to the board proactively should be worried about Leech? Like, of all the decks to suggest are going to have a potential problem with Leech, suggesting this is on that list is really strange. Fast! Fast!
Opponent snapped.
I'm hanging out for the snap. Leech me daddy, Patriot 2024. Yeah, exactly.
Snap.
I can do it too. And then next turn, we Demon plus Patriot plus Wasp, win the Asgard, Valk the right. A little scary, I guess. Really confused that they moved all of their 1-drops out of Lake Ellis. Ah, sure. Oh, I think it's this, and hope that they keep priority somehow. So we can Valk here. One-eyed bartender, thanks for the 10 months. Welcome back. So we're gonna gain 2 more on the left up to 23 there when we fill the right. They're not beating us with a singular big thing. And incidentally taking priority means we don't have to worry about Eliath. Yeah, we actually have a chance to beat Blob on the right and the left because of the change. And we're also just winning the middle though, right? Like we're winning all 3 locations. So even old Blob wasn't winning them the game here. But new Blob we have a chance to even overpower, even if we weren't in that position. It's like a Doctor Doom or something? What do we do here? We're super good. Valkyrie's a cube stealer, chat. She's one of those cards that just like isn't on people's output range to watch out for, and she grabs so many. Working our way up towards gold on our Dazzler. Wow, even with that 8-cuber that discard player Boomer snapped us, we're up 18 cubes and 7 and 3 with this deck so far. We've had so many 8-cubers in both directions. It has been a year since she released, huh? She was in Zabu season last January. It is in fact actually a year later. Worth playing this deck without Hood. Marvel Snap collections are so weird that like Hood's the card you're missing from this deck. But yeah, you can win games without Hood. He's great, but that's so sad. You should use your next free Series 3 card on this one. Literally my most played card. Do I want to turn my next play into a D-Man? Probably. Thanks, Golden. Gaxen, thanks for the primer, appreciate it. For reference, 10,000 simulations isn't like a lot of work. Once you write the script, running 10,000 is the same as running 1,000, basically. Should I snap on fast, maybe? Okay, so we just incidentally killed their Hercules because they got cute with Quake.
Oh, snap.
If we'd have known that was how it was gonna play out, we'd definitely snap on it. Maybe I should play the demon here actually too, and then next turn I could go Valk Mysterio Wasp with 7 energy. Yeah, I should have played the demon. I am very confused. I mean, there are definitely Phoenix Force. It's just their sequence of plays doesn't really make sense. Nico would replace Hood as Jeff's most played card if Hood didn't have a 16-month head start. That's accurate. And I don't know at this point that Nico will ever catch up to Hood, because a lot of my Nico decks are also Hood decks. Gosh. Oh, we beat that narrowly, but we do. They're playing Killmonger in their Human Torch Phoenix Force deck. Sure thing, bud. As you will.
Victory.
We're gonna get back to 8,000 snap points, chat. It's been a while. It's been a while. Stand up and stretch the legs. How do you get that Iron Man variant? Spend $200 in Marvel Snap this month. The whale variant for the month. Do you think they're also a Valk deck? With Ghost and stuff here? Gorgeous variant, though. Nico last for second valve. This is +2 power, not what's it called? Just gonna go and Valk the left here, I think. But I honestly don't really have great draws here. this adds 6 to the left up to 22. Any 1-drops they play left have +4, so they're incidentally at 13 there, so they'd need 10 in 1-drops to beat me over there. I assume one of these 3 cards is a Shauna. Could be a Squirrel Girl for the other. Howard is not enough. Wait.
Victory.
This deck good. I think this deck has a lot of good tools in it, chat.
Victory.
Alright, I wanna tweet a picture of this, but at the same time I wanna make sure all my sick variants are in it, so let's take the screenshot from here and build our own real quick. Thanks to the things we do for the sake of showing off the money we've spent. We gotta upgrade Dazzler first. Nah, she'll be fine. I'll have the screenshot while I got the clean 75%er. I don't want to spend gold on Dazzler boosters when we're going to play a bunch of Dazzler now that she's good. It's just a giant spew. I'm really happy they buffed Dazzler to 2 without nerfing her text. With Elysium, I'm gonna wait and be greedy on this best. Anything other than Blue Marvel rewards us for waiting a turn, and with the Elysium, I can afford to be resource inefficient here. This could be a mirror, chat. If I could tag an Iron Man, it would be huge. No, not planning to play any Dagger today. Draw Nico would be nice too. Perfect. I want to play Valk this turn. Just for the sake of resource efficiency. Sheer. Does in fact look like a mirror match though.
I am Iron Man. I am.
Nico's not shown
Iron
move
Man.
yet, but because I don't have my own Patriot, I don't think I can compete on the right regardless. Go up to 13 here, and then I go up to 26, and they've already used their Mystique, so I think we're good to go here. I guess I'm only... adding 7 here, and I'm only 1 above them right now, and they're gonna gain 4 more. Am I actually supposed to do this? Is this the play if I'm staying? Can they beat 17 on the left? A limp for 1. I think 17 wins left and we need the Iron Man to win middle. Yeah, sick read.
I am Iron Man.
Is this enough? Oh, it's still short. Rip. Close game. Valk plus Dazzler's a little bit too much for our... Yeah. Is Squirrel Girl better than... Oh, would we have won with the Squirrel Girl? Oh, for breakers. No. Doesn't matter. How much longer am I streaming for today? Probably another hour or so. Looks like it's time for an ad break, though. I'm going to go ahead and tap that. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'll be back in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. BRB gamers. Have enough for a highlight with this already. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, looks like it. The idea that we could play her without needing sentry stuff is interesting to me. I was told Celine was a nerf by Reddit. Seriously? I suppose that's a take gamers are allowed to have. I mean, the thing to understand about her change chat, she might still be bad, but she was definitely bad in her previous iteration. Like, that's the thing. She might not be good, but she was definitely bad before. I don't know if I want to be a hood deck, 'cause I feel like part of the appeal of trying this new Celine is I get to play her with goblins and I don't have to play her with... I explicitly don't have to play her with stuff like Viper and Annie. So I think I want to avoid the Viper Annie package and try something different. Is it like a Ravona Darkhawk stuff? Yeah, maybe. Full man, thanks for the primer, appreciate it. Iron Man explicitly has anti-synergy with Hobgoblin chat. Miss Marvel, also a thing that's bad with goblins. Is it really Zabu for just Werewolf and Hawk? Unironically, the top comment on the OTA is a Reddit post. The OTA Reddit post is someone complaining Celine's a nerf for Annie decks. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm trying to debate if I want Zabu. Being able to play Werewolf on 3 is, like, pretty important, I think. Because if we Werewolf on 3, we could Widow Celine on 4. I promise you, if you go to Reddit and tell them the good Annie decks weren't playing Celine anyways, you will earn a pile of downvotes. Reality has no place in their unadulterated rage. Yeah, it could be Psylocke. I don't know. Zabu's a better card. Let's start there. Remedium! Thanks for the baker's dozen. Welcome back. Appreciate you using your primer here again. Ota. Solid random. I get rocks in their deck ASAP, I think. I'm least likely to Hobgoblin here, so I'm gonna play Wolf there. I mean, I don't really have a strong play on the last turn here, right? So I have Hawk in stature. Do I want to move the werewolf? Yeah, probably. Says move to the right, so we'll go Nico, pull the wolf here, go up to 10. And then stature will slide into here. Alternatively, I could also expect them to not play into here. And then we go up 10 here and just do this, end the dog in the middle and compete on all three. That's probably fine. Worth noting that we won even without our complementary stature. 10 to 8 in the center. I think the change to Electra is a great example of a potentially positive psychological change. Outside of obviously being relevant in Cerebro 2 now, which is where we started with her, I think there's a good chance Electra was just like a reasonable card even before her change. And the change will encourage people to try and explore that. I think Kyaria existing in the format gives her purpose that she didn't previously have. Four swarms and several turns ago. I'm gonna snap them, because they're only gonna get to draw one non-swarm card here, and they probably can't play into Altar, and the wolf draw means we do. Jeff mispronounced the name of the made-up comic book character. Stupid talkie box, man. Why not you read the name right? English is a consistent language that's easy to understand and read.
Oh, snap.
Have the Celine Widow turn 4 dream here, chat, along with the Green Goblin to soak her penalty on our side. Oh, gosh. There's a wolf. I think I wolf this turn. And then if we draw Korg or Nico next turn, we could go Celine, or Widow, Celine, and others, yeah. The classic Iron Lad Maximus deck, yet somehow I still managed to not draw either of my 2 1-drops. There's just no fucking justice in the world. I guess the real downside to waiting to Black Widow this turn is they don't feel compelled to play the thing out. So I actually just don't benefit from it. Yeah, maybe I made a mistake. I wasn't thinking about the sequencing on this and how it impacts them. Maybe they're a weird Mr. Negative deck and they'll like limbo us, but I definitely should have played Celine Widow on 4. Wait. They're a Maximus Darkhawk deck? We might die here, despite all their awkwardness. I mean, I think Ronin and Darkhawk can work together. You just need to explicitly not be playing Maximus. Yeah, unfortunately can't play for all 3 here. Tech cards are fucked up, chat. All of that happened and it just didn't matter because tech cards. I stand by if Shang-Chi hadn't been a card that originally released inside of Marvel Snap, people would have lost their ever-loving minds about it and have been upset and screaming about power creep and imbalance when it released. Just like easily the most jacked up card in the game that gets a free pass. Of all the games of Marvel Snap, this is one of them. I can't believe they didn't snap me.
Victory.
They just didn't. I guess the locations were still so awkward for them. They just couldn't snap.
Snap.
They can fill White Hot Room this turn.
Wind, aid my hand.
It's actually sad for us. Puts me -6 on the right. And then the Hawk is gonna be 12, so I'm at 15 there. They're going to 11. It's actually this. This puts me 9 to -3. And then I'm 9 to 0 in the middle. This loses by 1 to Gamora because of Nebula. So the rock slide doesn't trigger in deep space, but it still pulls the wolf there. Stay. See what they got. They playing Magneto? frustrating that we chose to play around Doctor Doom and they had Magneto. I would have played Hawk on the right instead of on the Hobgoblin. We'd have won the right with Darkhawk, but 15 to 13 just isn't really a gamble we can take in the face of what's likely a Doctor Doom deck. And then the combination of Shadow King and Magneto meant that we died. And +4. It's 4 o'clock. I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it an afternoon. We're gonna do a full day again tomorrow. I will have a Meek deck highlight up on the Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel here in about an hour once I cut and upload that. And we will have a Dazzler deck up on the Hoaglandia Stamp channel tomorrow morning. And we'll take a peekaboo at stats and stuff tomorrow throughout the course of the day. Everybody, enjoy the rest of your Thursday wherever you're at. Hopefully we'll see you back again tomorrow. Peace, folks. Someone to read here on the Twitch side, huh? Was hanging out in the channel earlier. I'm gonna raid you over their way. They're one of the better brewers in Marvel Snap, and they're a competitive player. Check them out. Varys Knox, thank you for the 14 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back.